Sweet beans, it's Tuesday stream. Welcome in, everyone. Hope everyone's having an absolutely fantastic Tuesday so far. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to OSR. In fact, if mods want to give an actual shout out, feel free. For first mate, you'll get beacon color choice today and also book entry because we will be back into Potato World. Yes, I know. I feel, honestly, chat, whenever we do, don't get me wrong, I've been enjoying the Deltarune streams, but whenever we do Minecraft once a week, it literally feels, I know it's a week, it's literally a week, but it still feels like a friggin' month that I've not played, and it drives me crazy. Let me say hello to everyone. I've got a lot of things to announce today, a lot of things to share with people. Some people that have been on the Discord probably have already heard the ideas that have been floating around. And then if I'm a little low energy today, I want to apologize in advance. Truth be told, like completely being honest with you, I'm a little down in the dumps today. I'm not trying to bring down the mood or anything like that. But I'll tell you once the multiple shout-outs are finished. Let me say hi to everyone while that's going on. All right, guys, one second. Obviously, welcome on in, OSR. Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday, mate. Welcome in, Jordan. Hope you're having a good one as well. Kira, I'm glad you could join us today since we're not going to be doing Deltarune and spoiling anything for you. Welcome on in, mate. Let's see. Lab, thank you so much for 32 friggin' months. That's insanity.
Fuck you.
Appreciate your support this whole time.
On fire harder.
Welcome on in, Prem. Sorry your work internet sucks. Thomas, how's it going, mate? Let's see. Rue, I think you've been here for like a year now at that point. I think it's been almost a year. You should do exclamation point follow to find out. Welcome on in, mate. Let's see. Oob, obviously, welcome on in as well. Did I get everyone? Did I get everyone? If chat, you know what to do. If I missed saying hello to you, please use the baseball bat on my face. You're fine. All right, so I'm gonna get the bad news out of the way. I don't want to say too much because it's not my business to do so, but a very, very close friend is going through something very, very difficult right now that I unfortunately had to go through twice in my life, and their family is a second family to me, so I'm not going to sit there and say it's just as bad for me because it's not the same thing, but bad news is never a happy thing to deal with. So yeah, I don't want to say more than that. If they've been in the channel before, they've been here, they've been a long time supporter of me. If they want to come in and say something, I don't mind, but I don't want to drop that news. It's not my business to do so. So my mood's a little knocked down, and no, I'm not. I don't want to stop stream. It's not that bad. It's not like that. If anything, chat, I don't want to be left with my own thoughts. I want to distract myself with the ha-has and the funnies. Okay. I just wanted to kind of, if anyone comes in and is like, why is you kind of a little low energy today? That's a little bit that. It's a little bit that, but it's also a little bit some of the stuff I've been talking about on the Discord the last week or so, where I don't know if it's like my age, my health, a mixture of both, but I've been kind of like struggling with like chronic fatigue syndrome. I don't know if it's not like I've been actually diagnosed with that. In fact, I feel like that's not really a thing a doctor diagnoses you with, more as everyone just, I don't know what's wrong with you. You seem perfectly fine medically, so idiopathic tired syndrome, go. And I'm not okay with that, right? Like I don't feel like I'm old enough, chat, where I'm like, where's my walker? I need my oats. Give me my fiber. Sonny, where's my fiber? Like I don't feel like I'm that old yet, chat. So it has to be something to do with my health. Maybe I'm a lot out of shape, things like that. So I started coming across this idea. You're super sunburnt. Honestly, I looked at my left arm compared to my right arm, Sprev, and it's kind of scary how much tanner my left arm is because driving in a car. That's it. Oh, hashtag old potato. No, we're not trending old potato. But no, genuinely. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I haven't really been as physically active as I used to be, especially with everything that's going on in the real world. It's life, job, things like that. I'm not as physically fit as I used to be. And part of me is like, well, you know, I never really exercised a day in my life, like actually, genuinely. And I'm not going to lie, I'm going to tell you guys exactly where I kind of got this. I don't want to say concept. It's not like they invented the concept, but where I got like the bug, where I got like the itch, where I'm like, you know, that could be me way too easily, and I'm not okay with that. So I want to kind of do something while I can, because I don't think I'm horribly out of shape, but I'm definitely out of shape, right, Chad? If anyone hasn't seen it yet, Mr. Beast released a new video where it was like a 100 lose 100 pounds, 365 in 365 days, win whatever, like $250,000 challenge. And no spoilers, but like legit sad shit happens in that. Like, actually, like, I legitimately, like, shed a single tear. It was tugging on my heartstrings. And the whole vibe in general made me kind of just, like, self-reflect and be like, you know, that could easily be me in 10 years. And in 10 years, I won't be healthy enough to do something about it. You lost interest. I mean, that's fair. Like I said, I know there's a lot of stuff going on. I get it. I'm not saying sit there and go watch it. I'm not saying support them. You do you, right? I'm just saying I watched the video, and honestly, in my opinion, personally, it's one of their better most recent, because honestly, I've been kind of on the boat of a lot of their stuff has kind of been slopping it up. You know, it's kind of like, oh, we're in a bunker or whatever. It's like, okay, cool, whatevs. Like, all right, whatever, interesting. But this one was specifically, they gave this man that was like 330 pounds, I think something like that, a year, where they basically were locked inside of like a gym. I don't know how to describe it. They had unlimited healthy food. They were given a personal trainer. Like, they were given everything they needed to lose this weight. And they did. Spoilers, they did. All right, they win. GG's. That's all I'm really going to share. If you guys want to watch the video, go watch the video. It's honestly a pretty good video. I think it's like 20 minutes long. But it started making me think, I want to start exercising. And for anyone that's been on the Discord, you've seen me having the conversation of, I don't want to like go to a gym and just like lift weights. I don't want to pay for a personal trainer. I don't think I'm like that far gone. So I kind of want to like slowly do it on my own terms. And I was thinking, the thing I used to kind of do, if you consider this exercise at all, is I used to do a lot of VR. Like, back when COVID hit and we were like all like, you know, sheltering in place, I was like, I'm afraid of getting out of shape because I can't walk around or do anything, like can't leave my house, things like that. So I'm like, I know, I'll just make sure I play like an hour or two of VR every day, playing like Space Pirate Train, or my favorite was Beat Saber. And I'm like, why don't I just do that again? Like, why don't I start off with that? I'm going to be doing some other things. Like, I want to do like 10 sit-ups, 10 push-ups, 10 jumping jacks. Like I want to do stuff like that every day. And I'm not going to lie, I started today. I started, not with the VR. I haven't done any VR yet. I don't have it set up yet. But I started doing like the 10-10-10 thing, and that was probably the biggest wake-up call. I'm not gonna say I'm like winded or anything afterwards, but I was like, bruh, I felt like I could do 10 sit-ups casually before, and by the 10th sit-up, I was like, oh, if I keep going, this might hurt. Like, I might feel this tomorrow morning, like, wow, like, I really felt it. Proud of me for taking. Oh, thank you. But no, genuine. I was like, wow. It was a wake up call, chat. It was a wake up call that I let myself slip a little bit. I don't think I'm like morbidly obese. I don't think I'm obscene, like, you know, like out of shape or anything. I promise I'm probably still the most in shape person in my household. Okay, but I want to do better. I think I could do better, chat. I want to be better, okay? I'm not on some grand plan to like drop 100 pounds or anything crazy, but you know, I don't know, maybe if it gets there. And I figured doing the VR thing, I want to play with you guys. I won't really be able to do, well, maybe we could do some VR streams, but my goal is come home from work every day, jump on, maybe. Ooh, we could have a contest and see who's more in shape, okay? But my actual goal, the thing I want to do, and this is where you guys come in, this is where you guys can either interact, join me, etc., is every day when I get home from work, I want to jump like right on the VR and I want to stream it. I want to make you guys basically hold me accountable. Like, if I'm not on there someday, I have to have an excuse, okay? And I want to stream like for 2 hours on Discord, playing some Beat Saber, something like that. Accept your challenge, no backs. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. I want to play like, you know, like some Beat Saber. And the reason why I say I want to do a Discord stream with this is it's just way easier to just get it set up and do it. Because if it's too complicated, I'm gonna find too many reasons to be like, I don't have the time to get everything set up, do this, do that, blah, 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 like that. I want it to be like, bing, bang, boom, put it on, hit the go live button, join whoever's there at the time. I don't even think I'll put an announcement out. It'll just pretty much be the same time every day. And play like an hour or two of Beat Saber, maybe some Space Pirate Train. I'm trying to remember, like, I think Hollow Point was the name of the Arrow game. Like, there's some pretty good VR games that, like, I'm not going to say are like, oh my God, a workout, but like a workout. And the reason why, again, Discord is because I don't have to worry about like DMCA with songs. So you guys can recommend songs for Beat Saber that you guys like. They might not be my favorite song, but I'll try them. And even if they're too hard, I'll try them. I missed your message, Char. I've not been keeping up with chat for a minute. Also, I did a thing to make, hopefully, chat easier to read, and I hope I didn't break anything. Let's see. You looked up, Beast is 27? 27 what? Like age? Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Flooded your break room? Wait, you flooded your... How did you flood your break room? You could feel a sunburn through the cheeks. Yeah, that'll happen. Potato Puffs, your birthday's the 20th. Yo, the 28th like this in 4 days? Yo, let's go, Thomas. Happy almost birthday, mate. Let us know. If we're streaming, we'll eat a birthday cake for you. You can tell me what I should do. Either get a Wii and play... I don't have a Wii, and play Wii Sports. Honestly, I've played with a lot of Wii, chat. I've played with a Wii a lot. It's not the same. It's honestly, VR is like just the better version of Wii, period. Like it is. Especially like, it's one thing if you're just gonna like sit on a couch and like wiggle around the remotes. You're not gonna get nothing out of that. You have to intentionally be wanting to stand up and move around, all right? But no, I think the VR will be good. But yeah, I have heard, Jordan, that ring game that you were talking about is actually like a workout. So I might try that. Even if we get like a knockoff version or something like that. I don't really want to go buy like the Wii and then also buy a capture card and then buy the ring accessory. Like, there's no way for me to easily stream that. So there's no content, so to speak, in it. But I could totally do the VR. That I'm set up to do. But yeah, no, I've seen people do it. That ring game is a workout. The maintenance guy didn't take the sync plugs out. Oh no. Ring Fit for the Switch. Yeah, no, I will give you that. That might act, but that's also like a workout game, isn't it? Like, isn't that literally just working out in the disguise of a game? Like, oh, quick, do 10 push-ups to beat the boss. like actually though. It's like the Wii, but it's on your face. Exactly, Lab. That's exactly what VR is. Ring Fit. Oh, they have a Ring Fit for the Switch? Because I know they have a Ring Fit for the Wii. Like, you put the remote control in the middle of it. At least that might be the original one. It's an RPG with work. Yeah. No, literally. I've seen it, the original version at least. And yeah, that's an accurate interpretation. Quickly, you need to do 20 crunches to murder this man in front of you. But yeah, so I want to do that, and I ordered some things for the VR headset, specifically the thing that's stopped me from doing that in the past is I have this germophobia / OCD that I'm not sure I've ever quantified fully to chat, but like when I come home from work, I'm sweaty from work, you know, like I'm not freshly showered or anything like that. So I don't want to put this thing on my face that's then going to absorb all this grossness and squeeze it into my face every time I wear it. But at the same time, if I go take a shower, I don't want to turn around and get all hot and sweaty again. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I literally have germovision. Oob, if you find the Invader Zim clip, I will play it on stream. I swear to God, it's actually what I see. It's so me coded. It's insane. But like, I can't do it without thinking about it constantly. It will actually physically distract me and disgust me. So I found a solution. I bought a bunch of like those foam inserts for the HTC Vibe so that I could basically swap them out and then like clean them. So I could come home, put a clean one on, put it on my dirty face, but then when I'm done, I could just take it off, swap it with a clean one, and know I can wash that one, etc., etc. I think I got like a 4-pack or something like that. And they should be, as long as, you know, Amazon's not lying to me, they should be arriving tomorrow. So we could technically start this tomorrow. However, I want to give it a couple days to make sure I can get everything set up. Like I said, I want to make this streamlined. I'm still going to be doing like the 10 sit-ups, 10 push-ups, 10 jumping jacks, like getting myself like ready for it, but I don't think we're going to start the actual streams until next month, which I mean is like next week. So I want to say, how about starting July? So 1st of July, first stream, or it won't, I don't know if we could do it on Tuesday stream days. I think Thursday will be the one day that we don't do it because I literally work and then immediately start stream. So we won't have time to do like an hour or two of VR. But aside from that, I literally want to do it every single day, chat. Literally every single day. But yeah, that's it. Okay, clip that. Hold me to it, guys. Hold me to it. I want you to be my accountability buddies, okay? I want you guys to help me on this journey, all right? It's a chance for us to hang out and do stuff that we don't normally do on stream, on top of me actually, you know, helping me actually stay in shape and stuff like that. So I thought that would be fun. I thought that would be a cool way that everyone could do the thing. And if you guys want to if you want to join, I think you guys could also play Beat Saber with us. I think they made Beat Saber multiplayer. I don't know how it works. I've never done it before, but I've seen people play a multiplayer Beat Saber. So that's something to also keep in mind. If you guys have if you have a Vive or a VR headset, I don't know what it's like. I don't know what kind of crossplays. It's on Steam, so I'm assuming anyone that uses Steam would be fine. But if you guys want to play with, totally fine with people playing with as well. Let's see. We got to check Discord real quick, and then a couple other announcements about like what we're doing later this week, things like that, like Deltarune, etc. Yeah, you laugh, you lose, etc. And then we'll jump right into it. But first, let's check Discord. We check Discord real quick. It was memes. What's in the memes? Flight of the Bumblebees Swarm. I'm very concerned. I don't think we'll get DMCA'd for Flight of the Bumblebees. I hate the fact that it's trying so hard to play an ad right now. Here, I'm going to mute the music real quick. There we go, so we can hear what this is. What is this? Swarm of the Bumblebees. Ah, my ears. What is a mesliophile or phobe? I can't, oh my jeez, I can't read that. I could never read sheet music. Do not breathe here. I breathed. I broke it. What is this? Okay, I don't think I can actually put up with it. My ears are ringing from the random sounds happening in the background. I don't think I can do it. Ah! The bowling alley TV when you get a strike. Okay, this is hilarious. We're definitely not watching the whole thing. It's like 2 minutes long. I'll check it out between strams, okay? I'll check it out between strams. Oh, all right. Last bits of news before we jump into video game. This Thursday, you laugh, you lose. If you haven't submitted your videos yet, you still have some time, chat. Obviously, 2 days or so. And then next Thursday, we're going back to Deltarune, Chapter 3. I do think I pushed myself a little too hard last Thursday. By that, I mean, like, my voice was raw. My voice was raw. Doing all those voices for 8 hours straight. Holy crap, I felt that. So if the next chapter is going to be as long as Chapter 2, then we might cut it into like 2 segments. Like it was 8+ hours. We could easily cut that into like 2 4-hour straight. So I'm gonna aim for that. I'm not gonna try to like finish it. So yeah, there's like 20 unapproved videos. It's fine. We got time. We'll get to it. But I think that's it. Chat, any questions? You good? Otherwise, I think today's vibe is let's get into Minecraft some. Oh, I think I told everyone on Discord, but I forgot to mention it. Remember last time we streamed Minecraft and I got a little bit frustrated because I broke the moss farm already? It was 1 block. I put the repeater down facing the wrong way. I broke it and put it in backwards, and I immediately found it the second I loaded the game back up. I was like, that doesn't go there. And then I was like, oh my god, I facepalmed so hard, chat. I facepalmed so hard. You're on summer break? Yo, let's go? Wait, is it summer break or... Yeah, wait, is it summer already? Like, is it technically summer? Yeah, I guess it's almost July, so wow. Holy crap. Yo, let's go. It's longer than Chapter 2, and Chapter 4 is... Yeah, okay, so we're definitely breaking it down. We're definitely going to have at least minimum of 2 streams for Chapter 3 then. If it is indeed that much longer. All right, Minecraft, do you want to load? I'm loading. There it is. It's loading. It's loaderating. But yeah, I think that's the big stuff. I don't think I missed anything else. I was going to write myself notes, but then I didn't. I wanted to make sure I got everything out there. Chapter 3 is really funny, not clarified. Yeah, no spoilers. Do you need to run? No. We're no spoilers. I haven't done Chapter 3 either. I don't want anyone in chat spoiling anything, etc., etc. I no spoilers. I don't want to be spoiled. I don't know how I've been on the internet this entire time and not had spoilers yet. Boop. All right, let's see. We need to do OSR's beacon first and foremost, before I forget. It is currently dirty beam. It's like gray beam, just kind of a little bit filthy beam. It's dust beam. What color would you like to change it to? And I'm going to list off people who we have a lot of book entries. So I'm going to list off a bunch of names, chat. If you hear a name named and you want to redeem your book entry, do say Cyan. Okay, we'll grab you. Lab Goat, OSR, obviously. Warlock, Montana, Ookend, maybe BB, Max Spengo. I think I said that name right. I'm sorry if I did not. Monkey, Alex, Mygats, Oob, Nightly Child, Jagger, and that's as far back as I'm going. If you heard your name listed, you want to redeem your book entry, exclamation point book if you don't know what I'm talking about, please say something now in chat, otherwise we'll just hold your entry. Wait, did I never close that from last stream? I just left the basement open? That's horribly irresponsible of me. Let's go grab us some cyan. There we are. Break this down. Put cyan down. There it is. The children got out. Oh no! They've escaped with the glass. I was gonna say, where is the light stain? Look how invisible that bitch is. This one's even worse. You can't see that one. Okay, you can kind of see that one. Wait, chat, can you see that one? Like, if I move this somewhere, can you see where that is? Like, obviously, if I mouse over it, you can see it. Here, you know, I'm going to test you, chat. I'm going to test you. There you go. Can you tell me where I put it? Do you know where it is? Can you see it? I can see it. Obviously, I'm, like, full screen the game. Like, I can see it. It's very subtle. Find the glass. Yeah, can you see it, chat? I see it. I actually see it. There's, like, the little pixels in the corner over here are, like, the only thing you have to go by. Middle far left. Over here. It's in the top row. It's crazy how much it blends in. It's crazy how much it blends in. It's insane how much that blends in. But yeah. If you look real close, like here, let me see. I don't know if I could zoom in on it. It's easy when you mouse over it. See these little 3 pixels there? That's like the only thing you have to go by, and even then, they're almost the same exact color. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, you didn't say how far, right? It's crazy. I don't think I could, I don't think I would notice if I wasn't specifically looking for it. All right, we're gonna make sure we close the doors this time. There we go. All right. Beautiful. 10 out of 10. With that said, any book entries now before we go over to, let's see, I do believe, I did, like I said, get a little bit of withdrawal from not playing Minecraft, so help take my mind off stuff. I got on and I mowed grass. I got on and mowed grass. Potato. Oh, wait, is that the Germovision? Wait, is that the Germovision? One moment. Let's go over here. Okay, it is. Chat, this is... Zim is just me right... What? Okay.
Another win for the Urkin army.
I was not expecting the subtitles to be in Spanish, question mark?
Alright, see you later, pig!
Germs detected. Gur is just germy boy. I'ma sing the doom song now. Doom, 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 doom. What a normal person sees? What I see.
What are you doing? Stop.
Burn it with fire. Burn it with fire.
Somebody needs a hug. No.
No, bad touch. No. So the joke is, or the thing that quote unquote I see is basically like if you touch something that's dirty. Like, let's say I don't know, like, here's a good example. Like, let's say you're cooking in the kitchen and you touch, like, raw chicken breast. So now, if you imagine the chicken breast is, like, coated in a color. You can pick any color. For me, it's transparent, but I could still see it, so to speak. Imagine it's coated in green, right? When you touch it, now everywhere you touch, that green color is on your hands. And then if you touch something else, you transfer it to where you touch. And effectively, if you're not washing your hand and cleaning surfaces, you're just spreading the green everywhere. I think someone did an experiment that, like, better actually shows, like, my Germovision, where, like, they had, like, some, like, what was it? Like, some invisible dye that, like, comes up with, like, not ultrasonic, what's the word? Ultraviolet light, to where if you take, like, a black light and you, like, skim it around, you could see everywhere you touched with it. That's kind of the thing that I see. And once it gets, like, to the point where I can no longer, like, keep track of it, so to speak, it starts like freaking me out. Like I start like, nope, I need to stop it. It's out of control. There's too much. It's taking up too much. I have to stop. I have to clean it. I can't. To the point where, like, honestly, I wash my hands way too much, chat. Like, my fingertips get dried out, crack, bleed, because I wash my hands way too much. Part of that is from forming bad habits, or I guess good habits, depending upon how you want to look at working in a hospital, where it's like, literally touch something, wash your hands. Touch something, wash your hands. Touch something, wash your hands. Like, that sort of thing. But, like, now that I work with food, it's almost just as bad. Touch something, wash my hands. Before you touch food, wash your hands. Like, literally wash my hands so much, it's insane. And then my hands just dry out. They just shrivel up like freaking prunes. The color transfer is a good description of it. You've seen that experiment with you. Yeah, that's like what I see. It's terrifying. Also, Unofficial Angel Dust, thank you so much for the follow, mate. Welcome to Team Tater. Whoop, whoop. Yo, how are me? I'm doing good, mate. I'm doing good. Could be better, could be worse. Certainly not going to complain. But welcome on in. Enjoy the vibes. Let's see. Book entries. Anyone want to redeem theirs? I wasn't paying attention in chat. I wasn't paying attention. You have a question? Well, too, feel free. Me? Okay, let's go find OSR real quick. That's easy. I was kind of already going that way. OSR. Sucking dick for chicken strips. I'm the hottest girl in this walm. I'm assuming we have, let's see, OSR, you had 3, so I'm assuming ART. -1, are you into hardcore? 2, want to know a funny troll Minecraft command? I did actually do hardcore. We had a hardcore super flat world before my computer, unfortunately, met its end, and we had to go on a year hiatus until I could afford a whole new computer. But yes, we did hardcore. I love hardcore. And 2, yeah, feel free. If I don't already know the command already, it should be funny. I'm not going to type it in. I don't actually have the ability to type it in, but Walmart. You get 3, so you could technically fit art. Walmart. There we go. Art, indeed. There we go. Appreciate you, mate. Let me go ahead and delete that reminder before I actually give it to you a second time. Lab, did you want to do yours while we're here? Yeah, technically, Angel Dust, I still have that world. In fact, we visited it on April Fool's. Since I was a literal year of hiatus of not playing Minecraft, when I started up, I didn't want to go right into hardcore, because I was afraid I would just honestly die from being rusty. So that's why we started this world, effectively. We've been playing this world for the last 3.5 years, almost. Is your all more points? Okay. No? Okay, Lab, no worries. You have a bomb in first place. No, how could you? You want to see your reaction to this command? What is the command? I might already know the command. But yeah, no, on April Fool's. So what? April was like 3 months ago at this point? January, February, March, April, 2 months ago. We technically loaded up the world and our old avatar and all that fun stuff, and we pretended like it was 3 years ago today, and our computer never died, and we were playing on the hardcore world still. Mario Kart? Oh, I got you. Well, don't get blue shelled, all right? Trust me, you don't know it. I will type it in. We got some Minecraft smarties in here. We got some people that might decode it. Let's see. With that said, if I don't see anyone else that wants a book entry, let's go head out to our job site. Oh, no, wait. We need to ride the choo-choo train first. Choo-choo! We need to go turn on the switch. Turn on the switch. Execute at me. Summon Minecraft Creeper at my coordinates. Powered Winby explosion. So, a really big explosion radius with a... I don't know what fuse does. Was fuse making a really long fuse? And then I'm not sure with... ignited is about to explode, so I got that one. And I don't know what persistence... Persistence, I soon would not let it despawn. So it would basically be a charged creeper with a either really short fuse, I'm assuming it's 40 ticks, which would be 2 seconds. It sounds like a good time. Run away before you die. Honestly, on my birthday, the beginning of the year, we opened up this world to viewers to play with us. And we had a chat could summon mobs on other players' things set up. And Creeper was one of them. You could summon creepers on people. 15 ticks, 20 times the radius. Yeah, the 20 times the radius is like, all right, you've literally made a nuke. Hooray! Explosions! show the silly jail. We could go visit the silly jail. Let me go ride the choo-choo train first, because I'm not gonna go to historical chunks without it being safe. So first and foremost, let's go turn on the mob switch. Choo-choo! There we go. While we drive this around, I'll keep up with chat. At 100 times the damage. Yeah, literal nuke. Literal nuke. But yeah, we could go check out the what's its name? The playpen from last year. For I guess from this year rather. From the beginning of this year, since it was in January. Wow, it's crazy to think, chat, that it's already been almost 7 months. It's been 6 months. Where did the time go? Wasn't it January yesterday? It's kind of insane to think about, really. Whee! There we go. Playpen should be over in that direction. I don't think it's going to be in render. Oh, that might be it. That far portal over there. Yeah, actually, that's it right there. That's the most recent playpen. Yo, hero. Welcome on in, mate. Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday. Let's put our minecart back, because I've not devised a way to auto-do that. And then let's go check out the playpen. You haven't arriveth. All right, welcome on in, mate. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Let's see. This is the 2025 Big Potato Playpen. The Big Potato PP. Brev's music box. Hello, friend. Now was here. Nan eating hostess. No, Nan, don't eat Nan. She didn't do it. Don't worry, she's safe. It's all right. Run, Nan. Everyone's player heads here. We got Silly Jail. Silly Jail. He is a prisoner. He was too silly. But yeah. We got chickens. Poultice Vault, we have chickens statue here. And they're minions. The minions. The haters of cuteness. We have, honestly, I think the coolest thing that got built, just because I'm a sucker for history things, is Monkey built a museum of all the things that happened both this year and tried to collect stuff from last year. So we have old school potato chips in here and stuff like that. The main area of the Silly Jail was your house, and we got, technically there's a second waffle here now. And then Monkey took their doggo and brought it down here. But yeah, I thought this was a super cool thing that they did. This is the 2025. Ah, yes, we had the Cake Boys. They're all broken now because we don't have the data packs or the mods from the actual server. But the boy, he exists. He is here. He lives. For anyone that's new, that's joined since after January, obviously, the way it works is we have once a year, I open up this world as like a server, and we have events and giveaways and prizes and things like that. And at the end, the only part of the server that remains is these special chunks that we designate for it. So everything from whatever happens on the server in those chunks get put into this actual world, and every year we get new chunks. Like those are the ones from the year before, etc., etc. This year's did already happen, but it's not too late to start saving up points for next year. Effectively 6 more months until the next one, chat. Wow, that's crazy to think about. I feel like literally just yesterday I finished doing Potato World Online for this year. That's kind of crazy to think about. But this year's, yes, this year's already happened. But typically the way we've done it is like 10,000 channel points by entry. So I mean, hey, you join now. It's the perfect amount of time to casually save up some potato chips to get yourself an entry, mate. There we go. We should be good. Mob switch should be on. I might still do a heck and sleep because I don't remember the last time I slippy slept. Yeah, this way is gonna be the closest bed. I know I could have just slapped a bed down, but we can go pet Oscar and Ray. Pet, and do a sleep in our heckin' bed. Bam, 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 bam. There we go. And I will show you guys what I've done, in my depression time, in my downtime, in my I just want to vibe and mow grass time. So here's our potato field. Obviously, if you've been here for a while, this is very familiar to you. This is not new. But this area over here, I've flattened and degrassed a bit. That's pretty much the only change. So, like, this part we did, I think, last stream. Maybe not last stream, maybe a couple of streams ago. But this area over here is pretty much... In fact, you can see it's still, like, the grass is still growing. Like, I flattened this area. I didn't even finish removing all the grass. I just kind of leveled it out some to make it easy to plant potatoes, which exclamation point potatoes in chat for any newcomers that want to know why the heck I have a potato counter in the bottom left corner, and also why I have a potato field that has almost 200,000 potatoes planted in it. Oh, good. Remember talking about being excited for your Japan trip during Tato World Online. Yeah. That's how long ago it's been. That's how long ago it's been. So let's see. Our current project is being worked on all the way over here, and I have a Shoki box that has a bunch of stuff in it. Right here. We're making our own biome. Want to see another command? Feel free. I might steal them from you and use them in future. But let's see here. We have a bunch of leafies and a bunch of mossies. No, wait. Where were the leafies? I swear to God, I got a bunch of leafies. Where did I put the leafies? Did I put them in my endy chest? Yeah? Where I had a shulker box full of pale leaves. I know this for a fact. Where did I leaf them? Haha. Where did I leaf them behind, chat? Oh, wait. Are they right there? Are they literally right there? Are they literally right there? They are. Okay, that's good. Actually, you know what? This is a fine staging ground. We should put these down here and vibe. Summon Minecraft Zombie is baby, has items, so it has a diamond sword, terrifying. A baby zombie with a diamond sword is already terrifying. You don't need to add anything else to it. It has knockback, so it's just gonna yeet you into the stratosphere if it hits you. Terrifying. And shark. Okay, well, it doesn't matter where you get yeeted because you are dead instantly. Holy crap. Drop chance of 0. I'm assuming that makes it so it can't drop that weapon. And then it's also, it's either incredibly fast or incredibly slow. I'm not sure what the last tag is. And then obviously it doesn't despawn. Another interesting command. I may or may not steal all of these commands. Might steal them all for future use. Let's grab, like, I don't know, a bunch of this, a bunch of this, a bunch of these, and redo our inventory a little bit here. Some carpet. Don't need this. That should be fine. And maybe, nah, that should be fine. I put torches down in past to make sure I didn't forget to do areas. I kind of want to just go back to the stripe technique we developed last stream, where we zigzag like up and down from shore to shore, so to speak. And I think right here is where we left off last. So let's put a few more bushy boys in like this, because I don't think we had enough to do that last time. We ran out of moss. Kind of get a few more of these, and I just kind of want to literally do the entire strip so I don't have to backpedal anymore. So we can like put those guys in, put a couple leafy boys in around them, etc., and then put down like the carpet wherever we're gonna have carpet. And since this is kind of the outskirts, we'll kind of fill it out a little bit more here. Kind of make it look like, think of it like leaf litter, effectively. That's kind of how I'm treating all this moss carpet, like leaf litter for the thing. I know that's actually something they add into the game, but it's brown, not gray, so yeah. We might, honestly, I might throw some leaf litter in here. I don't think I'm against that, but we don't have access to it just yet. Let's see, and we just do that. We just make a strip of that. I could break you since we're going this way. I don't remember necessarily how thick I wanted to make the bushies, but we'll kind of just do it until, it feels right, right? You don't really think about it too much. You just kind of do. Otherwise you get stuck like over analyzing stuff, over complicating things that don't need to be complicated. And throw some stuff down. Might be easier to work one block at a time. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because like it went really quick when we were doing like one block at a time. All right, hear me out. What if the strat is literally just do the strip? So we just go through the strip making the bushes, then come back, make a pass with nothing but leaves, which will go fast, then make a pass, come back, do nothing but, I know it's like literally the opposite of what I said I was going to do, but that might be the strat. And we just go back and forth, up and down. Hello, gimme. Hello, gimme. Hello, gimme. Because like, look, we missed these areas before. I don't want to miss out those, I don't want to miss areas. Oh, sorry, how could you? BRB, alright, no worries. Appreciate all orcs that made well made. So, like, what, these, do some of these. I might just skip that strip so we could get a straight line and come back and do that one in a minute. Make our little pluses. So here's a question, chat. What have y'all been up to this weekend? I did actually share a few things with Oob that I'm interested in the future for doing with the channel. A couple extra games, and I wanted to kind of see what chat might think of them. I don't want to spoil all of them. You finished cooking food? Yo, let's go. What you got to eat? I don't want to spoil all of them because I want to keep some of them as a surprise, but this game has been... I've seen a lot of people playing it, and I've been trying to not specifically watch it because I don't want to spoil it for myself. But, chat, have you heard of the game Peak? It looks to be another rage game, kind of like Getting Over It sort of thing, but you could play it with friends, so it kind of has like Chained Together vibes? Question mark? Have you seen, heard, know of, experienced, hate this game? Barbecue chicken with mashed potatoes and gravy. That sounds good. Now I'm hungry. I did eat something that you'll be so proud of me, chat. I remembered to eat today. I did eat something earlier today. I had nochi with, so like a red sauce. I don't remember what kind of sauce it was. It was generic red sauce, tomato sauce. But I had food. I ate pasta. Probably not the best thing to eat, honestly, but what game you didn't hear? It's called Peak, like the peak of a mountain. And I think the concept is you're like a Donner Party situation, except for you're not eating each other. Your plane crashes on a mountain and something climb the mountain for some reason. I don't know why you're climbing the mountain. Also, I totally just got turned around. I think we're going straight this way, though. I don't know why you're climbing the mountain specifically, but you're climbing the mountain. And I think this is where we caught up with last time, so let's just do this area down here. And I might drop some more torches down here just to remember that I need to come back. I do have some more there, okay. Ooh, good song. Ooh, good song. Ooh, good song. Definitely micro... Oh, no, 100%. I don't know how many players it is. I think it's like 4-player. It might be more than that. It might be less than that. I think I've seen it played with 4 people. So it should be at least 4-player. I know Jagger's played it. I've seen that Shibi Doki has played it. I have not actually watched the video of them playing. I just seen that it, like, literally today popped up on my YouTube feed. So I've seen a lot of people on Twitch playing this game, and I feel like this is a good get angry / have fun sort of game, like Chained Together would be. I keep missing. I'm still missing and missing and miss. There we go. There we are. That almost looked like pale moss just from the color of the water on it. It's time to face your fear. I'm going to leave this torch there so I know to come back for this strip. Let's do one more here. And then we go back and do a leafy layer. We just kind of... I honestly don't want to be too formulaic with this. I just kind of want to throw in some random leaves in this strip. I don't even want to really think about where I'm placing them. I just kind of want to throw them down while walking in this direction. That's literally the strat, chat. Walk in this direction, throw a couple leaves down. If we feel like it's a little too loose, we can come back and throw a couple more. But I'm not even like strategizing where I put them. I'm just kind of throwing them down, just kind of yeeting them at the ground. You breathe out like, oh, it'll be cool. If you breathe out like, ha, it'll be warm. Huh? What's that mean? What does that even mean? I'm so confused to that comment. Is that like a line in the song? I'm confusion. It's 4 players for Peak? Okay, I feel like most of these games have become like a 4-player thing. Except for, was Chained Together 3, or did I ever watch people with 3 players play it? It might be I've just only watched people with 3 players. The air you exhale? Oh, it'll be cool. Well, you can compress air with your mouth. So for example, if you like if you breathe out with your mouth wide open, it'll be hot because it's just the temperature of your body. But if you like purse your lips and like almost whistle, like blow through, like imagine you're blowing on hot food, right? What you're doing is you're compressing the air, which is why it's cooling it. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. I didn't really think about it until after you explained what you were getting at. Okay, now the last layer is we go through with the moss carpet. Whoops. Well, I don't want to do that. There we go. It's also getting nighttime. I should probably sleep soon. Also, same concept, kind of just filling in the holes here. Don't really want to get too thunky about it. Just want to kind of throw the stuff in. Let's see, like this. I do want to have a good bit of coverage in the middle here. I want to see some ground, but I also don't want to see too much ground. This is like leafy terrain. I'm kind of sad that I can't make that go up higher on its own. Patat Steel and Snow comment like he thought of it. What? What? I was stating fact based off comment. Like, did you know you could technically make a refrigerator with rubber bands? It wouldn't be a very efficient one, but you could technically do it. Compression makes things cold. Expansion, that's the correct word. Expansion makes things hot. So, like, technically, if you ever do, all right, chat, have you ever done this thing before? You ever take, like, a Bic, like a pen, and, like, fold it in half over and over and over again really fast, and then, like, touch the folded part to, like, your lip and burn yourself? Can you tell you something about Peak that doesn't really ruin the game? Yeah, as long as it's not a spoiler, I don't care. If anything, you're just going to make me more hype for it. If anything, you're just going to make me more hype for it. Kira, if you make me too hype for it, I'm inviting you along, and by that I mean we're dragging you into this and you won't be able to escape. Can bend a pen? No, like the plastic crappy pens, like the ones you see everywhere. Like you just bend in half. They're not durable. In fact, actually no, they are pretty durable. Like you could bend it back and forth over and over again and it won't snap because the plastic is so flexible. Have you never done that? Like you won't actually hurt yourself, but it like burns. So like if you take a plastic pen, it has to specifically be like those cheap, like here, 1 second. Like it has to be like the blue Bic pen. Like it has to be like these guys. Like it has to be like the super generic Bic pens, like not the clear ones that are like glass-like these guys. And you like bend them in half and they just bend. Like nothing really happens. They just bend. And you just go back and forth really, really fast. Like just bend it as back and forth. Left, right, left, right, left, right, like 90 degrees. And then when you bend it perfectly in half, you touch the middle part that's like super bent to your lip, like just to like your upper lip. And it's like hot. Like super hot. Because of the friction effectively of you bending it back and forth. Do not bend it with do not do it with this one. Not with this one. This one is glass shards. This one does not bend. This is a weirdly specific quirk. No, this is the thing. All right, look, this has the same energy as people from back in the day that used to throw their school ID cards and pencils into like the drop ceiling of their school. I don't know if kids do that these days. That might be like an ancient and forgotten technique of like taking a sharpened pencil and like flicking it into the ceiling and getting it stuck. Flicking pencil into ceiling at school. There's gotta be. Yeah, like this. Chat, I don't know if kids still do this. The ancient ceiling flick jitsu. It's for real though. For real. Like this right here, chat. Like this is my childhood, okay? Like if you needed to get a potato childhood starter pack going, this better be one of the items in it or I'm not feeling nostalgia, okay? I'm not feeling the nostalgia. This was just like one of the stupid things kids did in my age, in my generation. This is just one of the stupid things kids did to like pass time at school. And one of the things we did was we took the pens and we bent them back and forth and we burned ourselves on them. Don't ask me why. We just did. And in that same breath, you could also make it cold. Not the pen thing. The pen thing's only hot. But if you take a rubber band and you stretch it and you immediately put it to your lips, it'll feel a little bit warmer. Or no, it'll be a little bit colder. Wait. I'm trying to remember the direction you need to do this. So if you take a rubber band and stretch it and then immediately touch it to your lips, there will be a temperature difference because you're compressing the what's its name? The atoms in the rubber. And then if you relax it after it's come to temperature, it'll then get warmer. So you could basically, if you, for whatever reason, decided to make a device that had millions of rubber bands where you stretch them on one side and then move the stretch rubber band to the outside of this unit and let them compress and keep doing that back and forth, you could technically move heat and cold and make a refrigerator. It's kind of the same concept of if you like breathed in all the hot air and breathed out only cool air, you would make the area like it would be horribly energy inefficient, but you could do that. Weird. At your school, you did math? Ah, then in your school, you were a nerd. No, I'm joking. Yeah, no, I never paid attention in school. I was a terrible student, chat. I was a terrible student. I weaponized everything that you handed me. I was a little bit of a pyromaniac. I collected lighters, even though I never smoked. Chat, I never smoked a day in my life. Like, actually, honest, like, on God, on whoever you want me to swear, I never smoked a day in my life. I couldn't. Honestly, I would have died. Like, actually, like, I don't literally have asthma, but I have, think of it, I have asthma, chat. I have asthma. And if I would have smoked, I probably would have actually just died. So I couldn't smoke, and I never wanted to. I always thought that was, like, the grossest thing in the world. I never understood people that smoked anything, just in general, like, period. However, I did like fire. And I did like collecting lighters. Did I see your message? Okay, wait, let me read Kira's message real quick. Okay, just so you know, you don't have the money to be able to buy it, but if you got it, you'll go. Okay. They made it to where every day there's a new map. Oh, so it's like a roguelike climb to the top of the mountain. That makes it even, that makes it kind of cooler, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, no, I collected lighters. I specifically like the lighters that made the really, really high fire. Like the ones that like you could have a foot-long fire. Like, oh yeah, I like those. You missed your message here? I missed a lot of messages. I'm sorry. There's a calculator on the wall in your math classroom in 10th grade. Like you glued a calculator to the wall, or they like built a calculator into the wall out of bricks. Like that could mean a lot of things. Someone took some gum and stuck their T85 plus to the wall. Welcome back, Oob. You never smoked either? It wasn't a health thing? You just don't like the inhale of... Yeah, I'm the same way. Ducky, I'm so against smoking just in general. Like, it's one thing, I'm not gonna like advocate pot or anything like that, but like at least I understand why people do that. I literally, actually, physically, literally don't understand why people smoke cigarettes. Like, actually. Like, it's just, like, I get the concept of like a nicotine hit or whatever, but like, yeah, but you have to like suffer through smoking the cigarette to get that little benefit. Like, why? Like, I understood back in the day when they didn't know any better. Like, oh, I didn't know it was bad for me. In fact, they thought it was healthy for you. Smoke your healthy stick, blah, blah, blah. Like, I get the propaganda of big tobacco, but like today, like in this day and age, I actually don't understand why someone would be like, I'm gonna start smoking. If we were legal here, you'd be all for it, but you'd only do edibles. That's like fine. I have nothing against people that do pot, whatever. Like, I'm not advocating for it. I don't do it myself personally, because like I said, I'd probably die. But like, it makes more sense to me that marijuana be legal and pot be, or let me say this correctly. It makes more sense to me that marijuana would be legal and cigarettes would be illegal than the other way around. Why is marijuana illegal and cigarettes are legal? Like, I screwed that up. Oh my God, my brain function. I don't understand why in society today, right now, marijuana is drug bad, oh my God, dangerous, and cigarette is, yeah. Why? You like smoking a pipe, very fond of vapes? Pipes are different though. Cigarettes are just, honestly, I don't really vibe with pipes either, but at least a pipe is just the tobacco. Like, you're smoking the thing you want to smoke. Cigarettes are just, why? They're just it's like imagine this, chat. Imagine you want to drink water right now. Okay. You could just have a glass of water. Wow, crazy concept. Or I could go piss in sewage and feed that to you. Why would you choose willingly to have that one instead of just the glass of water? More expensive, less pleasant tobacco. More expensive, just horrible. It's just, oh, it's gross. It's wild that cigarettes used to be advertised with ads. Yeah, I know, right? That's why I said they smoke your healthy stick. Like, it's crazy that they used to just say that shit. Someone taped a calculator. That's okay. That's why I was like, it would be kind of cool. Don't get me wrong. I would be like, honestly, if they did some cool interactive art at your school, I'd be like, that's kind of goated. Your school sounds awesome. No, they just like stuck some gum to a wall and plastered some kid's calculator too high. They couldn't reach it. That's kind of messed up. But I'm here for it. But yeah, no, friggin', I don't get smoking, chat. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not shaming you if you're a smoker. You do you, boo. But like, I wish you wouldn't smoke. Like, honest, like, genuine. Like, let's have like a come to Jesus moment here for a minute. If there's anyone in my chat, legitimately, I don't care. You don't have to out yourself. You don't have to be like, that's me. I'm the one that smokes here. You don't have to. But I'm like, look at me in the eyes right now. Like, genuinely. Cigarettes? Like, really? Like, you don't have to. Stop. And, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you have to just entirely stop, but, like, think of it this way. If you did smoke cigarettes and you switched to vaping, yeah, you're still sucking shit in your lungs, but, like, that is so much better than cigarettes. My God. Like, don't get me wrong. It'd be ideal if you just didn't put any garbage in your lungs, but, like, at the very least, not cigarettes, mate. Please. No clue why they did it. It was funny, though. Yeah, that's why they did it. It was funny. Now, the mental image making you laugh. There's just some kids' calculator stuck to it. Yeah, it's like, imagine they're just exceptionally short, and some bully's just like, yep, I'm just going to stick this to the wall. Or, you know, even better than gum. Chat, how many people, do they still do this in schools? Do they still use this? How many people know what, like, thumbtack is? Or maybe they call it, like, sticky tack? Or, like, maybe they call it, like, thumbtack, fun tack? They might call it something different. But, chat, you know what I'm talking about, right? It's like the goop that they put behind posters that's like reusable, like thumbtacks, effectively. Where you could just like kind of, I did this all the time at school. You'd walk down the hallway on like a poster that's clearly just freshly put up and kind of steal a little bit from every corner so that the poster could still stick up, but you have a little bit of thumbtack. It's called poster goop. Yeah, everywhere in the world, it's called something different. Everywhere, tackarollies. Everywhere in the world, it's called something different. So I'm really curious, chat, if you know what I'm talking about, what is your local dialect of, like, sticky tack? A fun tack. In my school, it was fun tack. Sticky tack? In my school, it was fun tack. But I don't think I have any more of it. It's definitely, if I do, it's all dried up and gone and rolled up in dust and goopified. But, like, you put it in content sharing if you want to see, wait, you have a picture of the calculator? 1 second. Picture of calculator incoming. I'm doing this for free. Content sharing. I want to see. Oh my God, it literally is just up there. Too tall for someone to reach. Oh my God. It is really just someone's calculator slapped on a wall. That's something, I'm not gonna lie, that's some shit I would have done. That's some shit I would have done. But here's the thing, I would have done it with my own calculator, just because I'm a tall ass motherfucker and no one else in the school would be able to reach it. I could have stuck that shit on the ceiling and the teachers would have had to get a ladder to get it down and be like, it's not worth the effort. It's just going to be there. And then 2 years later, I come back and my calculator is still on the school wall. I didn't think you were joking. I just didn't think you took a picture of it. I also thought it was like down here, like down where like someone, so like when you first said there's a calculator on your school's wall, I thought you meant like an installment, like they made like a wall art where you could like interact with something and then I'm like, no, wait. It's probably some kid just slapped their calculator to the wall. And it's like, yeah, some kid slapped their calculator to the wall. But I didn't think it was like 2 feet from the ceiling. That's the highest calculator I've ever seen. Well, speaking of smoking, right? That is so me coded. It's crazy. That is so something I would have done. Chat, and you know, in my school, they wouldn't have taken it down. Some janitor would be like, yeah, I'm not bringing a ladder in here to take that down. It's not hurting anyone. I don't give a crap. For years, that calculator would be on the wall in my school until they painted the walls. Can you play Doom up on it? Wait, yeah, you could probably play Doom up on it. Honestly, you could play Doom on anything these days. Did you notice the clock? There was a clock like on the very edge of it. Why? It's like on the same level as the clock. But yeah, no, my ass would literally go around school, chat. I'm not even lying. Every time there's a new poster, and I would just take a little bit of thumbtack. Not enough to make the poster fall. That's the trick. You could never make the poster fall. Everyone could come by and take a little bit more and a little bit more. And sometimes you take like the bottom corners wouldn't have any left, but the top corners would. Like just enough where the poster can stay unfazed. But you would always take as much as you could. I swear to God, teachers had to have known this. Teachers had to have used an excessive amount because they knew kids were going to steal it. Because I'm talking about some posters, like for example, a poster like this, I guarantee you, there's thumbtack there, like they're all like there, like there's like 8 beads along every surface because they know kids are going to come up and just take a bunch of it and they don't want it to fall. You're going to need a banana for comparison. It could be a really low clock. I'm imagining that those are like 10 feet tall walls. They might not be exactly 10 feet, but like I think there's like actually like a building code. Like in houses, I think you have to have 8-foot tall walls, like for it to be like a legal residence. And then like I think you could possibly go down like 7.5 feet, depending upon like being grandfathered in or the zone you live in or blah 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 blah, like stuff like that. But like for public buildings, I think you need to have like 10 to 12 or 10 to 11. Like you need a certain amount of clearance. Again, this is the third floor. Yeah, but I mean, being on the third floor doesn't change. You know, like the floor that you're standing on is still like where you're standing. It's not like it's not like it's a 3-story drop and then you put this shit on you know what I mean? Like that matters a little bit less, but like that is up there. When you said stuck to the wall, I thought you meant like stuck to the wall, like here. I hope that calculator never moves. I hope that calculator stays there for like 3 full years. I want you to be able to graduate, Jordan, and know that calculator is still on that wall. Someone stick a calculator on an Everest, beat the record. Yeah, right. Just climb Everest, slap a friggin' calculator up there, just to make sure you're the highest calculator ever. Oh my god, I love it. What was I talking about before that? I completely forgot. I'm not gonna lie, chat. The calculator threw me. What were we discussing before calculator talk came up? Oh my god, ISS. I can't believe you've used the words ISS. I lived in ISS in school, chat. I'm a bad role model. I lived at ISS. I used ISS as a vacation. I literally did a tactical ISS like almost daily. Not literally daily, but my god. Like if I knew a big test was coming up and I didn't want to take it because I knew I was going to fail it, it would be like, all right, let's see. If I do this stupid thing, I'll get in just enough trouble that it's like a day in ISS. And I don't know how it worked at y'all's schools. You called it GASP. Bro, why so dramatic? In my school, in-school suspension was just called ISS. We had a room for it that had like little cubby holes where you basically faced the wall, and that's what you did all day from beginning to end. You didn't stay later. You just, during school hours, you were facing the wall. Meant International Space Station, but go off with your story. So in-school suspension in my school was called ISS. It's for if you did something bad enough that you needed to be like removed from like class, like you were a disruption, but not bad enough that you had to stay late. And you could have like multiple days in ISS. You called it ISS too? Okay, I'm glad. Definitely helps students be, yeah, stare at cubicle wall. Definitely be better student. But the thing about it is, in my school, if you had multiple days of ISS, they planned for it. So effectively, like, let's say today, it's halfway through the school day, and I don't know, shot a spitball at a teacher. Not saying I actually did that or something, chat. Not saying that's an actual thing I got in trouble for. But like, so let's say I shot a spitball at a teacher, and it's like, you need to be removed from the situation, but it wasn't so bad that you get like a week of ISS or something. You know what I mean? So it's like, pretty much you just go to ISS for the rest of the day. And no one was ready for you to be in ISS because it was kind of an impromptu thing. So you're just kind of there in this cubby hole for the rest of the day by yourself. If you were going to be there for multiple days, now the next day they know you're going to be there. So then they contact all your teachers and have them send work to you, and then you're up there doing work in a cubby hole all day. So that was the trick. That was how you scam the system. You never wanted to have multiple days of ISS, but if you get like a singular day of ISS, you're good. And what I would do, also welcome in Kaiser. I didn't miss you. I was telling the story. Again, welcome in Kaiser. I hope you're having a good one. So the trick for me, this was my cheese, chat, was like, let's say in 5th period, I knew I had a test I wasn't prepared for. I would be like, all right, I know I could trigger this teacher. I know I could trigger this teacher by doing XYZ thing that's mild enough for me to get sent to the principal's office, so to speak, and get put in ISS for the day, but not more than that. Like, for example, taking a plastic spoon, loading it up with a giant spit wad, and flinging it at the frigging the chalkboard while they had their back turned, and then accidentally getting caught. Like stuff like stupid stuff like that. Like nothing that would actually hurt someone. And then you get sent to the principal's office, and then you get sent to ISS, and then you're in there all day and no one knows why. Your teacher just thinks you're absent. Like the teacher doesn't get notified because it's like so Like, it's like too quick. Like, it just happened. So, like, 4th period, you're in ISS. 5th period, they don't know where you are. They just think you're absent. And they would mark you down as an absent. But since you were technically in school, the school would say, no, they're not absent. So it didn't count as an absence. Because if you had too many absences, you, like, auto-failed or something like that. They had a weird system for that. I don't know. I don't really remember it anymore. I remember how to do it. But I remember, like, it was inconsequential. Like, you had to miss like half of the days of the year to be like auto dropped out from absences. But yeah, then you miss the test, and because you missed the test, the teachers are too lazy. They didn't retest you. They just didn't count it against you and didn't count it towards you. So I totally just cheesed the crap. I totally just cheesed chat. My entire high school and middle school career was me learning the rules to the system and bending them to my will. I was a terrible person. All right, not much has changed, let's be honest. Are these bros gonna... These bros are gonna mess with me. There you go. Unmesses with your me. Do you want some? Now I just have to deal with random pillagers in the forest. Was a terror. Yeah, exactly. Was. As in, I'm totally better now. All right, he got owned. Any more of you wandering around these hills? That's honestly the only reason I want to light this forest up isn't even to necessarily make it spawn proof. It's specifically so I don't have to worry about random pillager patrols. I think after we do this, the next project we're going to work on is the tiny towns. I'm excited to do the tiny towns. I think we might do like a impromptu gaming sesh of like Creative World where we build a couple ideas that I have in my head. But tiny towns basically be like little dog town, little cat town, and then we're going to make it ruined. Once you get to be in regular class, you get to put in a room that you'd be quiet for and still sit doing work. Did they have you copying from dictionaries? No. Like I said, my school was super lazy. When, honestly, my school was scary. My school, in the ISS room, we had a paddle. No, I'm not that old, chat. No one got paddled. It was against the law when I was in school. But, like, my school was old enough that I guess they had it from when it was still allowed, and like the ISS teacher was like a drill sergeant or some shit, like was in the military, like it was like, stand attention, like literally like you had to say sir in front of their name, like a hard ass, and they basically constantly looked up at the paddle and be like, none of you kids would be in here if I could still whip a bitch, like that was the ISS, that was like our ISS leader, so to speak. Like I don't remember what they called it, but it was like the person that was like in charge of the ISS room. And they were the kind of guy that like looked at the paddle on the wall and was like, I miss the times when you could just beat a kid. Like that kind of guy. And honestly, I was an asshole, chat. I keep saying was, so I'm not still. I definitely was like, do it, bro. No balls. Like you wouldn't. I bet. I won't tell. Do it. Whip it out. I dare you. Oh my God, so is your ISS guy? Kira, I swear, they just choose that guy intentionally. Like every school that has an ISS, every school that has an ISS, I guarantee you they do that on purpose. It's like they're trying to scare the kids. They're trying to scare them straight or something like that. And I was just like, all right, no balls, do it. Hit me, I swear. Go for it. I bet. You won't. No balls. Let's go. And he's kind of like, rah, rah, rah. Like it completely deflates any of those kind of guys that have that whole attitude of like, the whole thing about me is I'm scary because I could hit you. But it's like, oh man, he could hit me and he's a big guy and he's got the paddle, he's got the thing. You might piss him off enough that he snaps and pulls the paddle off the wall. And it's like, yeah, okay, your life will be over. Like, I'm sorry, like I was that kid. I was 100% that kid. In my high school, we had security guards. We had like legitimately like security guards, like people that walked around with like orange coats on, that had like security written on the back. Yo, Logan, welcome in, mate. Welcome in, Raiders. Great time to join as I'm telling stories of me being an absolute menace as a child. Welcome in, Raiders. We should have the auto shout out thing pop up in a moment. There it is. Welcome. How was streaming? What'd you get up to today? You good? It's a Minecraft. Yo, let's go. Oh, it didn't work, but you made a clip. Oh, I don't know why Twitch is dumb sometimes. It doesn't let you post clip links in chat. But feel free to share it in the clip channel in Discord. We'll check it out after stream. No clip? Hello, clip. There it is.
Patrząc, że o wpół to miał być stream, tak? W praktyce
Karol,
miał
jak
być już
mocno
o
przesadza.
ale no. Co?
Wolf is back. Yo, let's go.
Co?
Also, Rogan, if you need to raid and run, if you need to take care of yourself, get some eat, drink, stretch. Take care of yourself post-stream. Totes understand me. Appreciate you bringing your community on over here. And for anyone that doesn't know me, my name's Potato. We are playing some Minecraft right now. In fact, we'll do a quick flyby so you guys can see what we're working on. We're working on our crystal fungus biome. It's probably one of the biggest biome builds. You can see everywhere the mycelium touches. That was not there originally. We've placed every block of mycelium here. We're working on our dark forest, our dark enchanted forest. We got our mushroom ring here that's not quite finished. It's kind of just placeholders. You can see that's the problem I'm having with it right now is it keeps spawning new mushrooms. Don't worry, you're gonna sleep because you have work in the next 5 hours. All right, get some sleep, mate. Get some good rest. And also, Raiders, if you need to take care of yourselves, you've probably been hanging out with Rogan for the last few hours. Get up, get yourself some stretching going, eat yourself some flex, you know what I mean? Get some water, eat your water, it's good for you. Fix your English, I don't know what you're talking about. Also, welcome in, Hammer. He's currently smoking, going to sleep. No, don't smoke, mate. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Correct, 6 to 5 hours of sleep. All right, get some sleep, mate. Appreciate it again. In Texas, you had a school officer. It was only the person you could talk to at lunch. He was the only person who would talk to you at lunch. Yeah, I never befriended any of my school security guards. I was the opposite. If anything, all of them saw me and went, this kid, like I got to the point where they would just not bother interacting with me. So the thing in my school was we had security guards to, like, I guess, be deterrents to break up fights or whatever, but they weren't actually allowed to touch the kids. Like, if there was a fight, they could step in and be like, break it up, but they couldn't really, like, grab a kid and throw them off the other kid. And, like, they were just really there to be like, hall pass, please. What are you doing between periods? Actually, did you know you're supposed to be in class right now? Like, that was their whole role. But, like, at the same time, like, if you just knew they couldn't do anything, you'd be like, okay, I'm gonna sit here though. And it's like, I'm gonna go tell a teacher. All right, go tell a teacher. You can't grab me by my ear and drag me to class. You can't do anything but basically bark at me that I'm not supposed to be where I am. That was basically the only thing the security guards could do. Year's moderation / friend for Rogan. Was it 2-3 years ago? He wants you to drive 5 hours just to get to his house and visit him finally. Yo, let's go. Visit him for real life. Yo, let's go. Imagine if hall monitors were monitor lizards. That would be terrifying. I'm just going to say it right now, Ducky. If hall monitors were monitors, no one would be missing class. Period. Everyone would be very not tardy forever. So another child died today because they thought they could be 5 minutes late. How dare they think they could make it to their locker on the other side of school between periods? You would pet them, they would pet you back with their mouth. Honestly, aren't monitor lizards, like, incredibly aggressive? Like, territorial, things like that? How would you even do that? How would you, like, I'm just, like, imagining, a Rick and Morty-ass universe where monitor lizards were hall monitors. How would you... How would you contain, like, how would you make them do the thing you wanted to do? Or are we talking about, like, full, what's the word, anarchy, we don't care if you live or die, every man for himself society, where it's like, yep, that's what monitor lizards are hall monitors, that's the gimmick, that's the joke here. Monitor lizards kept his pet, actually? Oh, really? I didn't actually know that. Well, no, the thing, maybe I'm thinking of Komodo dragons. I keep thinking I see a name tag pop up here. I think it's just, like, the leaves popping up over here, kind of resembling, like, letters for a moment before they disappear. But I'm tripping myself out here. I need more carpet. There we go. Okay, so wait, is it Komodo dragons that are incredibly, like, hostile, blah, 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 and monitor lizards are chill? I might not know the difference. What you're thinking of potato Komodos are the largest species you want. Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. It's kind of like, have you guys ever heard of, there's a dog breed called, I'm trying to remember the name of it. I think it's Caucasian mountain dogs. They are, like, bigger than people. They are just small bears. Like, actually, wait, let me look this up. I want to make sure I'm not saying the wrong thing. Caucasian mountain, it came up immediately. These dogs, look at this. Look at this thumbnail of this person next to these dogs are massive and they are highly aggressive. Attacks. Can I turn my caps lock on? Car. there was a video I saw of a Caucasian mountain dog, where this old ass man, that is not a dog, sir. It is. Where, look at this picture. If this person sat down, they are half the size of this dog. I saw a video. I'm trying to remember like where I saw this video. It was like a TV show, I think, that like I saw a clip of, where it was one of those I bit off more than I could chew. Like think of it like a Cesar Millan video, where it was like this old man that got a dog like this as a puppy, and it grew up and he didn't know how to control it. Like he didn't know how to like train it. Because if you own one of these dogs, you have to be a very specific type of person. Lurk, appreciate the Lurk Night Power. Welcome in, May. You have to be a specific type of dog owner, like one that trains dogs. And from what I understand, these dogs like bond to a person, and that is their person. It is like their alpha or whatever, however you want to quantify it. And that person, they will kill a person casually to protect. And you have to be able to be like, nope, sit. Like you have to have them trained, or they will kill you. They could kill you. Like these dogs are aggressive and massive. And I think the story that I saw was this old man that got like one as a puppy, so it was smaller, but it grew up into this bear. And he was too old. If he was walking down the street and that dog decided to run off, it just either dragged his ass or dropped his ass, or both. You're now greeted by a calculator when you go to your home screen. Let's go. And the clip I saw was this man walking this dog and a car driving by. And the dog, I guess, got like, I'm going to chase the car. And the car didn't think, you're in a car. Like, you don't think of like a dog chase. You're like, okay, that's weird. Dog chasing the car. Okay. Haha. Dog's not going to do anything to the car. And then it bit down on the bumper and ripped the bumper off the car as the car was forced to floor it and flee for its safety. Like, these dogs could just chew a hole in a tire. Like, just screw you, you have a flat tire now. Just like, oh my God, it's terrifying. But let's see if I can find images of these guys. Wait, is it gonna be safe? I don't want to get like something gory or something like that. Okay, no, it looks safe. But like, look at this. Dog is massive. Like, look at this. That's a whole ass man standing next to a dog that comes up to its chest on all fours. You've seen that one? Yeah, T1000 ass dog. No, for real. Yeah, Kira, do you remember the show it was from? I don't remember the show it was from. But yeah, like, look at this. This is bigger than its person. Holy crap. That's adorable. But these dogs are massive. These dogs are huge. And they are, unfortunately, like, naturally very aggressive. I think they were trained to be like attack dogs, like guard dogs for like military something. I don't want to misspeak. But like, look at this picture. Look at this dog standing up next to this whole ass man. Like, this is a 300+ pound dog. You can't remember the show, but you remember seeing it. Oh my God. Yeah, okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Because honestly, at some point in time, Kira, I really felt like I was just like gaslighting myself to believe that I saw this thing and it wasn't real anymore. But I'm glad I'm not the only one. If anything, I'm not the only one being Mandela affected with that. But yeah, no, these dogs are terrifying. If you have one and you train it, for you, it's like, look at this. Look at this. That is a bear. I'm sorry. That's not a dog. That's a whole ass bear. That's a pet bear. If you have one of these dogs, you are not a social person. Like, you can't be. Because, like, if you invite someone to your house, this dog wants to kill you at all times. Like, it knows nothing but protect owner, protect friend, protect alpha, whatever you want to call it. And that is that dog in a nutshell. But yeah, no, the show I saw was, I don't even remember how I got off on this tangent. The show I saw was like someone had one of those dogs and it grew up and was basically out of control. And honestly, I don't remember how it ended because I don't think I watched the entire episode. I just watched the clip of the guy like having the dog run off with him and him having to literally let go of the leash or get dragged for a friggin' city block. It was crazy. You're irrationally scared of dogs as a child. If you knew these bear dogs existed, you might have gone to live on a boat. Honestly, I understand that. Especially considering some people's first dog ever interactions as a kid might be like that overly aggressive neighbor dog that's like always barking at you through the fence. And then God forbid the day it finally breaks through and comes at you, even if it just wants to play as a child with a big creature jumping on you and drooling at you and licking at you and just rolling you around. Like, that's a traumatic experience. That'll make anyone hate dogs. I don't think I was ever like afraid of dogs. And then obviously like being a vet, or I should specify, not veterinarian as in doctor, but vet tech, for like the better part of a decade and a half. There's no fear left for me. Like, I don't think, like, even if you had like maybe a rabid dog, because I'd know what rabies does, and I'd be terrified of dealing with that afterwards. Mostly because I know how painful the shots are. Mostly because I know the series of shots you need to go through to survive being bit by a rabid animal. But honestly, like, even if like a huge ass German Shepherd was just like, hi, you, me, in the street in the middle of the night, I'm like, okay, you're gonna regret this. I know what to do in this situation. I'm not afraid. It's just, all right, let's see. Can I pull this off without getting a bite? Because ultimately, I do think, like, if you had like a big dog, like a Rottweiler or a German Shepherd, or like a big dog that just, like, let's say escaped a junkyard and was just attacking anything it saw, it's like, okay, well, I can handle this. I'm not concerned of dying or anything like that. But I might have to be like, I'm going to take a sacrificial bite in a place that I know will heal fine. It's not going to cause permanent damage to just resolve the situation. And then at that point in time, it's like, all right, I get you in a hold, and then I pull out my phone with my free hand, and I call, like, animal control. And I basically lay there with the dog until animal control shows up to, like, control it. There is a situation where you can get to that point without getting bit, but it also might just be safer. Because, like, if I'm going to get bit, I just want to get bit once and be done with it, as opposed to getting bit multiple times. And the important thing is, obviously, don't let them bite you in a vital area. Like, don't let them get to your neck. Don't let them get to your thigh. The animals know the scary places to bite you. I don't know how they know, but they know. And you just got to protect your vitals. Don't let them get your face, you know, things like that. You didn't hate them, though? You thought they were cute as heck most of the time? You're just irrationally afraid to get close to them? No, that's 100%. That's 100% rational. Honestly, 100% rational. Like I said, especially with how loud they could bark and how energetic they could be, I feel like having a fear of dogs is like a 100% rational fear. Let's see. Y'all ever seen a Saint Bernard? Saint Bernards are big, but they're not as big as that. Honestly, I think beyond Caucasian Mountain Dog, the biggest dog breed I've ever seen is probably Mastiff. Mastiffs are like small ponies. Like, I don't know if there's probably a fancy, like, specific breed name, but here, like, Mastiff dog. Like, these guys are massive, too. I did see an Irish Wolfhound once. I think I saw a small one, though. And maybe I just saw some really big Mastiffs. But, no, there's also Cane Corso. Cane Corso is also a really big Cane Corso. These guys could also be very big. Where is it? I'm trying to remember. Maybe it wasn't Cane Corso, because this isn't looking like the dogs that I've seen. No, this is definitely a smaller breed dog. Mastiffs are massive. Maybe that's why they're called massives. But there's specifically... I'm trying to remember the name of the breed. There is specifically... And it's funny, too, because this breed is massive... But it's also like it thinks it's such a tiny dog. Like, it tries to sit on your lap. It is super timid. Like, it is so tiny. English Mastiff, just replace the word massive. I made the I'm sorry, I cut you off at the future. I'm trying to remember the name of this dog. I thought it was Massive, a Mastiff. I keep saying massive, but it's not. And it wasn't Cane Corso. Oh, geez, what is it? Oh, I'm trying to remember. It almost looks like a Weimaraner. Weimaraner. I don't know how to spell it. Like, it almost looks like this dog, but just upscale it. And I'm trying to remember the name of the breed. Like, it looks like exactly like this kind of dog. Like, the ears, the shape of the body. I thought it was Cane Corso, but I guess it just wasn't. But it's basically like a supersized version of this dog. Mastiffs are the heaviest. Scooby-Doo's the tallest. Was Scooby-Doo a mastiff? Massive. Yeah, he was a massive. A Mastiff? I thought Scooby-Doo was a Cane Corso. I could be wrong about that. But, or like some sort of shepherd mix. Scooby is definitely... Great Dane. Maybe Great Dane is what I'm thinking of. Great Dane. Maybe Great Dane is... Yeah, Great Dane is what I'm thinking of. Clifford's the biggest dog. Great Dane is the dog I was thinking of. Great Danes are also massive. Not as big as Caucasian Mountain Dogs. And wolf dogs are definitely larger. In fact, I could look that up. But I knew a lot of Great Danes. Great Danes are just... they're just little tiny puppies. Like, look at this thing. This is a puppy. Chat, this is a puppy. This is a tiny little emaciated puppy next to a whole-ass man. You know Snoopy was a beagle? Snoopy was a beagle, despite looking absolutely nothing like a... Yeah, I mean, all right, let's face it. Like, Scooby-Doo doesn't really look like... Scooby-Doo really doesn't look like a Great Dane either. Honestly, yeah, look at Wolf Dog. not that. Maybe it's called Irish Wolf Dog. Hello. It's Irish Wolfhound. Wolf. Yeah, there it is. Irish Wolfhound. These dogs also get frickin' like, look at this. I know that's a child, but still, my lord. That is a small horse. These dogs also get very big, and I don't think they're aggressive. At least, I mean, like, any dog can be aggressive. It depends on its life. It depends on its personality. Things like that. But, like, these dogs, I think, are pretty docile compared to, like, a Caucasian Mountain Hounds. Irish Wolfhounds are, yeah, that's what I mean. Irish Wolfhounds are, like, they're big, but they're just kind of like, I just do my thing. They're just like, yeah, I just vibe. If you mess with them, they'll probably maul your ass, but, like, they just don't attack you because you exist. Now, I'm not saying, like, all Irish Wolfhounds are guaranteed docile or passive or whatever, but, like, for the most part, they're not, like, an aggressive breed. Honestly, like, the Great Danes that I know, despite the fact that they're massive and could do damage if they wanted to, like, most of them are afraid of their own shadows. It's so hilarious to me to think of dog breeds that are so big and could be so scary that are literally afraid of their own shadows. And then you have this little tiny Chihuahua that thinks it is as big as a Great Dane and will just come at you and just attack your pants, even though it can barely bite your ankles. Like, it's so funny to me, the dichotomy of dogs, where you have literally one breed or the other, where it's either this tiny minuscule dog that is so angry at the world it'll attack everything on sight, and this massive dog that is afraid of literally, it's like an elephant being afraid of mice. Fenrir is a wolf. We're talking dogs. Wolves are kind of dogs. I mean, realistically, dogs came from wolves. Like, I mean, like, look at, like, a husky, or a Malamute might be a better, Malamute. Like, look at a Malamute, and then, like, look at, like, a wolf. Like, obviously these things are different, but, like, look at this. Like, this is the perfect setup right here. Look at these images as they transition into the same face, basically. Like, oh, yeah, no. Like, these are dogs, domestic dogs are a literal different breed of wolves, but I'm fairly confident in saying this, that basically we just domesticated wolves, and that is the modern day dog. Like, literally, like, just, there were wolves that were just like, hey, people are kind of cool, and, I protect you, you feed me, we have this thing going, we're cool with it, and then just, eventually we turned this into this. That's it. Like, obviously, there's other breeds that we've created, but, like, it's effectively, they all started as this. I'm gonna go mod for Puds now. No worries, Duck. You have a good one. Appreciate you, mate. But yeah. Honestly, I think it's hilarious that you have little tiny dog that think they could take on the world, and then you have massive puppy that is afraid of own shadow. I literally don't remember why we went down this rabbit hole, why we went down the dog breed rabbit hole. Why did I know I started talking about Caucasian Mountain Dogs, but, like, why? Why did I start? When did I start? Where did I start talking about dog breeds? I don't remember. I'm so gone. Once again, tiny dogs. I will tell you right now, as someone that worked in the industry for, like I said, the better part of a decade and a half, I was never afraid of the big dog breeds. The biggest dog breed that I felt threatened by, I'm trying to remember, I think it was Belgian Malinois. And it's only because they started using them as police dogs, and honestly, every Belgian Malinois I've ever seen was the most violently aggressive, dangerous to society thing that I've ever laid eyes on, and I just thought about the fact that, like, even its own handlers, like, even the police that it worked with, were afraid of the dog. Let me see if I'm saying the breed correctly. Belgian, yep, there it is. Yep, these dogs. These dogs are efficient, psychotic killing machines. And they're not supposed to be. Like, these are basically replacing German Shepherds as police dogs, like, across the country. And they are not being trained correctly. I will say this. I will 100% blame this on, not the police, which is, I know, rare potato miss, not dunking on the police when I have a chance. No, because the police don't train their dogs. They use them. They get them from training facilities. Now, the training facilities might be funded by the police or whatever, but the training facilities are not training these animals correctly, and they're just releasing wild animals effectively on the general populace. And I don't agree with it in any way, shape, or form. And there's no reason why you should use a dog. Like, the only reason you use a dog is like, oh, well, they have a better nose, so they can hit on bombs and stuff like that. And yes, very rarely you have a correctly trained dog. Yo, welcome in, chicken. You have a correctly trained dog that can do that, because dogs can be trained to detect scents and stuff like that. But 90% of all canine units are not trained correctly. They're hitting because their officer is saying hit on this thing, and they hit on that thing, and then they violate your rights because police. How's it going, chicken? Hope you're having a good one, mate. Face reveal? What are you talking about? Mario Kart collab with Mercedes. Like, really? With Mercedes-Benz? Is there a Mercedes in Mario Kart now? Why you're not being disappointed, Mr. Potato? What do you mean? But, yeah, no. In the later years of me working as a vet tech, these dogs were coming in as the police dogs. And I'm talking about the fact, I'm talking like literally. You could not look at these animals. You could not examine. You could not examine these animals without having sedation on board. And I'm not talking about like full anesthesia. I'm talking about like they hid a little pill inside their treat before coming to the vet. Like, it's disgusting. I hate it. And on top of that, these animals are like high strung at all times. They are literally kept on, it's cruelty. Honestly, I genuinely believe, at least for these, German Shepherds and police used to have this thing, just like Dalmatians and their firefighters, where it was a mutual thing. The animals weren't feared. They weren't kept high strung. They were just doing their job, right? These dogs, I've never seen a Belgian Malinois that was just, it seemed like it enjoyed what it was doing. It was constantly on edge, constantly waiting to attack something. And the worst part, this might get a little gory, so if you don't like hearing it, like, avert your ears for the next 5 seconds. But the worst thing about this is I would see constantly these dogs get released on people, and when the police officer said, okay, good, stop, the dog would not stop. The dog would not stop. And if the police officer came up to try to stop the dog would turn and attack its handler. That is how aggressive these animals are. You promised disappointment with my redeem. Oh, and you got disappointed. Let's go. Disappointment. You could do it again. It might be less disappointing a second time. Here, wait, I will share in some of the disappointment. I'll redeem it. I'll do my own face reveal, chat. Ready? Up, here it is. Up, there it is. It's gone. They're gone. But yeah, no. German Shepherds, I never really had an issue with. Like, they are a schizo-ass breed. But, like, honestly, I will say when I first started working in animal medicine, like, way back when I was, like, 18, I actually loved working with the police dogs. Like, actually, like, legitimately, my favorite patients were the police dogs. Why? Because I could literally take the cage apart. Like, I could take the doors off the kennels, and the dog would just sit in the kennel. Until you told the dog, like, okay, come on out. The dog would just sit there like, this is the spot I'm supposed to be in. I sit here. They were trained correctly. They would never think of biting you. But at the same time, if you told them the command to bite, they would attack. And the second you said stop, they would stop. And that's how it was supposed to be. And I would accept nothing else. In fact, I did Schitzen training with some animals. I was not a Schitzen trainer, but like I was aware of it, and I worked with someone that trained for Schitzen. And for anyone that doesn't know, I'm fairly certain Schitzen literally just translates into like training or something like that, like dog training for. I think it's a German word, and the whole thing is basically training a dog to attack, release, to sit, like that on command. And I knew most of the words, like Platz or place was like, sit and don't move, effectively, like sit in place. I forgot probably the arguably the most important command was the like stop attacking command, but 9 was no. It's literally just German. Like all the words, like if you speak German, these are just German words. 9 was no, so I guess you could use that as stop, but it wasn't specifically the stop biting command. And then there was the attack command, which I never really used because I wasn't the trainer, so I wasn't supposed to be the one telling them to attack. And they did the cool thing. If you ever seen the guys wearing like the puffy outfit with like the big armband, like they did that. Like you didn't tell them to go attack random people. Like you had like a trained professional that was wearing the outfit that was basically the dog was trained to bite the outfit. And they do, I'm fairly certain they do like sports with that shit. Like there's like Schitzen like sports. I've not seen any of that since I've been in the South. A lot of this was all when I was in New York. But it was kind of neat, honestly, like learning these things, seeing these things. I think we've got this strip done. I want to leave this last strip. Actually, no, we could fill this last strip in. No sense in doubling back. Notice me, senpai, I'm here. Yes, look it up. I'll look it up later. We're playing Minecraft now and talking about dogs, not Mario Kart. But yeah, I forgot why I went off on several tangents. Also, I don't think I said welcome in, chicken. So welcome in. Hope you're having a good Tuesday, mate. Let's just get this little strip here filled in so we don't have to worry about coming back to this area. I keep missing putting the top ones on. Hello. Thank you. Cow is in the new Mario Kart. Cow? Exactly. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, chicken. Forgive me. If anything, hey, chicken, we visited your memorial in the world today. We saw Big Chicken today and the caters of cuteness. We visited it today. So does that make up, please? Does that make up, please? Does that make up for me being distracted with story time? Oh, maybe question marks. Do you forgive? Thank you for the drip. I'm assuming that's the drip of forgiveness. I'm going to take that as the drip of forgiveness, that all is well. I don't want that one being that close. Maybe we do that one like that. There we go. That's the perfect amount of spacing. I do kind of want to keep a path, but I'm arguably thinking it'll be easier, chat, to just fill everything in, and then we can make the path later. And I kind of don't want to forget where we're going here since we're removing the torches as we go. So I might kind of slap a bunch of stuff down while we're here instead of like coming back to it. As long as I see leaves, I know we've been there. When I stop seeing leaves like this area, I know we haven't done it yet. In fact, I should probably keep the leaves on me and do the leaves first and then do the carpets after that. I want to finish this today, chat. Or at least the forest. I don't want to do another stream where I'm decorating this forest. At least putting the leaves and the shrubberies down. The forest might take another stream to like do the fairy ring and like all the other stuff like that. But I would like to complete this part at the very least during this stream. I don't know how long we're going to go today. I'm definitely burrito deprived. Last week I didn't get a chance to get burrito because, well, we didn't do burrito night. It was a rare miss. I know, chat. Rare miss. But I didn't get burrito. So I wonder if the people at Chipotle, like, know us. Like, we come in every week and it's like, Norm! Like, so it's like, I wonder if they're literally gonna be like, oh, we missed you last week. What happened? It was like, oh, no, please. No, don't judge us, please, I beg. I swear, we just didn't have the gang together. We didn't want to come as a singular unit. We wanted to be fully formed. I guess we could put you like that. I don't really... How did I manage to do that? You know what, I'll do that, actually. Why not? Have a slightly floating bush. Honestly, I don't think they've ever guilt tripped us, like, once. I think we've missed, maybe lifetime, like, we've missed, like, 4 weeks at Chipotle. Ones, you know, like, always because it's, like, a holiday or because someone's on vacation. Like, when I went to Wisconsin, that was a week that obviously I couldn't do Chipotle because I wasn't in the same state. So it's like it's very rare that we. I don't think they've ever made us feel bad. If anything, there was one time where I was afraid they like fired everyone because like I didn't recognize a single person behind the line. So like the next week I came in, I saw the people we normally saw. I was like, is everything good? Like last week there was like completely new people. They're like, yeah, they just switched the schedule up randomly for whatever reason. I guess those are people that normally aren't there Tuesday. Because I'll be honest, chat, like I don't really go there if it's not Tuesday. Like, I used to eat there when we weren't doing it weekly, like, on random days, but I never really paid attention, I guess? And even then, a lot of times I got it to go. Like, a lot of times I just straight up got it to go. So, like, there weren't even a lot of times that I was, like, paying attention to who was actually making my burrito. But yeah, what do you guys get? Do you guys eat burritos? What's your favorite burrito? I might be taking recommendations. Why does forest of pale gloominess have a carpet of mushroom? Because, so the theming of this biome that we're building here is it's crystal fungus. So think of it like, well, the lore is that like a meteorite effectively struck, which is what this crater here will be. A meteorite struck this area, we haven't built the meteorite, that had a foreign mineral on it that basically spreads like a fungus. Lore, it's the lore button, chat. It spreads like a fungus through the world, seeking out things that have life force. And it slowly like gestates under the ground until it builds up enough. Like first it'll leach life from like the plants, from trees, from roots, from, you know, grass, like anything that it can reach in the ground. And eventually it harbors enough energy to bud, where it shoots up out of the ground in these like crystals that basically give off like a hard light that snare living creatures. And the creatures that get snared inside are basically like cryogenically stored. Like they're like stasis. They're like frozen in time, where they continue to live and create life energy that the fungus effectively leeches all of its energy, like Brian up there. Let's see, can we see Falcon from here? We see some kitties. We see Gilbert. I don't think we could see Falcon. I think he's on the other side of that crystal there. But effectively, it erupted. It was like an eruption all at once, where they all shattered out of the ground, and this entire society basically was lost one day, and then just slowly left to age. So everything here is very alive, but sapped of all its life. So all the plant life is effectively gray and stuff like that. That's why the ground is like kind of grayish purple. They don't have gray dirt. Honestly, if I could do the snow without the snow texture, I might have done that, but that might have been too white. Might have been too bright. Wait, I'm losing my place. Chat, I'm losing my place. No, I'm getting distracted. I'm wandering aimlessly. My only weakness. There we go. Back through here. Back through here. I'm looking, yeah, there we go. I'm back to the spot where I had no leaves. I put down a bunch of carpets, and this is a spot where I stopped putting carpets down because I wanted to start putting the leaves down. This is what happens, chat. I get too distracted, and I start throwing random stuff in the wrong order, and then I have to go back. You know what? I could stay up there. Why not? So yeah, this is basically this used to be a lush green, dense forest that basically got, you know, corrupted effectively. Like the fungus slowly ate away at it, took all of its magical life forces away and all that stuff, and left it to be untended to by the societies that used to frequent it. I guess frequent would be the best word. Used to frequent it. One there, one there. That's not real. Said you monster. Welcome in, said. You got me that time, okay? You got me that time. Look, we have a mob switch on, but for anyone that doesn't know, technically we have exactly one mob that could spawn in the world at any point in time, and it could technically spawn next to me because I'm in a place that's not properly lit. Resided. Yeah, resided. That's a good word. They used to, well, they didn't reside in the forest per se, but like they frequented the forest. They resided around the forest. So a lot of stuff has basically been lost to time, decayed to time, and the remaining survivors that were able to get out were basically only the rich fucks. Drop my F-bomb for that. Eat the rich. But no, we had all the rich, the councils, the governments that were able to escape in time. So we have the Dog Kingdom that I didn't finish building it yet, but they basically use science to circumnavigate a certain death effectively, and they took their whole society and basically raised it up away from the ground. And then we had the Cat Kingdom, which instead of science, they use magic. In fact, we could do a flyby real quick. It's been a minute since we explained the lore of this area, of this build. We have the Cat Kingdom that use magic, so they basically used a barrier spell to protect the last of their council, of their wise elders. And fun fact, all of the Cat Council that's down there are the founding kitties. That is the best sound ever, no! And then yeah, the dog council up here, the society, the dog cities society, I keep forgetting. I think it's Cat Council and Dog Society. I think that's the official canon names. That's from our puppy pageant, where we also have one of every doggo from when we collected all the doggos with the doggo update. But yeah, now that we have Happy Gast, or will have very soon, I could finish this without having to risk going insane putting scaffolding up constantly. I could just fly around this area and do all the details that I wanted to the underside of this island, because previously, oops, I missed. Previously, I had to sit there and like walk around on this and then move it around and then work on it and go down and go up. It's such a pain in the ass. It made me so not want to work on it. But now that we have Happy Gast, we can casually just float around here and put all the blocks where we need to, and take a step back and just look at it and be like, oh, we need a little bit more there. We need a little bit more there. Like we actually do. So I'm psyched. I'm stoked to do that. Before we finish this floating island, I'm definitely getting Happy Gast. But yeah, today's adventure is I want to finish all the foliage in here. You can see we're like halfway done, honestly. You think yeah, I think everyone could do skeleton. Creeper, I think, was Zed's specific command. And then obviously you guys could still technically do the creeper sound. Like I think 55 bits. Plays the creeper sound with the bit alerts. Yeah, there you go. I was like, I'm on a tree. I'm like, where'd skeleton come from? But like, I assumed you guys typed it in. But yes, skeleton sound in chat. You guys should be able to do that, I think, every 10 minutes? I think Zed could do theirs every 5 minutes. Look at the big PP. He's stuck in crystal. Stuck in crystal Sag Boy hours. Thank you for the trip, Jordan. But yes, let me not get too distracted. Story times and everything distracting a potato. I need to get more carpet, actually. Let's do a quick fly over here. Ouch, my face. And re-up our carpet game. And, you know, re-up our pale moss game. And may as well do a little bit more of that. That should be fine. Because you're 5. Yeah, yours is 5 because it's not shared. Everyone else's 10 is because it's shared. Process of making Funyuns is just repeatedly punching Sonic. Funyuns? Like the crispy onion ring things? Or is there like a different thing in Sonic lore that Sonic produces Funyuns when punched? There we go. I think this is the last section we need to do. If we find a section we missed, we can always go back. Rings. Yeah, but I think of Funyuns the food. When someone says Funyuns, I think of the food Funyuns, which, despite not really caring for onions, I really like Funyuns. Where's the animals from the last subathon? Yes. These are all, the aminals are all trapped in crystals. Let's see, there's a kitty. Can I see them? I might be too far away from them. There's a kitty. Let's do a quick flyby. We have an armadillo here. I forgot what the armadillo's name was. Rubber is up there. I don't know if we could see him from here. His crystal is mostly unfinished still. Let's see. Trying to remember where we put... I don't think every single crystal has an animal. If you think of them as like they shot their shot and missed effectively. So not every crystal necessarily, like not every fly trap necessarily caught something. But all the bigger ones definitely did. I don't think we have one here. Did we have one here? I'm terrified that something might have happened to some of the creatures. I know a lot of them are in this one, in our big boy over here. We have a doggo in their car. Doggo in their car, and we have, let's see. We have the white fox there that got separated from its other... Wait, where is the red fox? Where is Luna's significant other? We trapped it in one of these, didn't we? I think it's in this one. Yeah, no, that's the armadillo. Is it in this one? Where is Foxo? Where's the fox? What did the fox say? Or did we put it closer? Did we put it over here? That's the cow. Cow and the coward and oh god, what did we name? It was another cow pun. The joke was that coward was the husband of whatever this cow's name was, and it got half trapped in the crystal, so half of it aged and the other half didn't, so it effectively died a horrible death. You're more curious about the polar bear? Okay, let's see. Where did we... I know we put the polar bear in this one over here. Did we put the polar bear in this one? I know we have the panda bear over here. We have the panda bear and the bee. There's Falcon. Falcon's chilling. Falcon's vibing over there. We did have... Did we have a polar bear or was it a panda bear? Did we have a polar bear? For some reason the polar bear name escapes me. You named it yourself. It was named Zedroff. Can we see it? I don't think we could see it. I'd have to break a glass and I wouldn't be able to place it back down without going through trouble, so... did we have... I don't think we had a polar bear. I think we just had the panda bear. These were extra captures. The cow, the pig, and the chicken we captured. I don't think they were from the subathon. Where is the other fox, though? That's the question. There's the sniffer. I know we didn't put the orange fox in this one. I'm going to have to land to get more fireworks here in a moment. There's rubber. You soaked... And it's not about that. It's about... I have Soak Touch on my pick. It's about the mob hitbox takes up the same spot as the block, so I'd have to do Piston Jank to put the block back. I swear we trapped the fox in, like, one of these here. There it is. Okay, I'm not going crazy. There's Luna. Or was Luna was the white one. There it is. So that we made lore up for these two foxes, that they were like a couple, because the foxes lore in our world. I might need to sleep here because it has been a few days since I've slept. The lore for the foxes is they're kind of like Khajiit. They're wandering traders. They're gypsies, so to speak. So there's not per se a fox kingdom, and if there is, we haven't built it yet. So the foxes were kind of wandering between the cat kingdom and the dog society. And the crystal event happened, so to speak. The catalyst happened. So, you know, while that one was out there doing its business over there, this one was basically waiting at the caravan for it to come back, and they got separated. Eternally separated. Yo, maybe. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, B, welcome on in, B. It's so streamer brain to just read name. Welcome in, B. Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday, babe. But yeah, so, effectively, the foxes in our world's lore are like wandering traders, but they're not actually wandering traders because we hate those guys. Those guys suck. They physically wander the lands to different animal kingdoms and trade wares with them. So we might one day have to do a hidden fox kingdom build where it's like their main, think of it like a traders guild or something like that. Your Tuesday's not been good, but you're chilling. Oh, well, I hope we can hopefully make it a little bit better. I want to try to finish all the foliage in this. I keep getting distracted. Can't imagine why, chat. Can't imagine why I keep getting distracted. Let's get some more fireworks real quick. Like you. I'm just going to put the rest of you in there. I know it's not my normal OCD thing, but I don't have the room in my inventory for it all right now. And get my carpet back. There we go. Exactly, like a Hidden Leaf Village thing, where it's like, maybe the lore was that there is no kingdom, but because no one knew about it. But there really was a hidden secret fox society. That's where they all live, or that's where they all regulate their governmental business, or what have you. We'll have to free this man and move him safely. I still genuinely don't know how I'm going to move this guy to the mob museum once we build the mob museum. Like, I'm thinking the only thing I can do is literally make a tube and have him chase us through the tube and then escape the tube and then block the tube off and then basically trap him where he's going to live. This is going to be a huge pain in the ass to do because we want to make sure he doesn't die. But we could do it. I'm confident we can do it, especially considering we don't have to move him that far. The block protects him from the sun. I'm not terribly concerned with that. I'm concerned with the spider accidentally suffocating him in a wall or him escaping. Yeah, the pumpkin permanently protects him from the sun. I'm not terribly concerned about that. I'm more concerned with moving him into what is effectively, let's see, I think roughly right there. Yeah, like see that I-beam that's sticking out of the wall? Beneath it is where we currently have, like, Lewis and all the other pumpkin-headed mobs, like the easy-to-catch ones from our first Halloween. They're all there, and pretty much, like, right next to it is where the mob museum is going to be. In fact, I can get distracted for a moment longer, right? Just a moment longer. We'll eventually have a mob museum inside of our base, so we could visit all the boys. Ouch, I knew I was going to miss that. So we already dug out the area. I just don't want to move him in until we literally are putting him in his final place. I only want to move him once and be done with it. But effectively, these hidden rooms up here that we've been just using for villager shenanigans. Hi, Hebert. How are you doing? This space up here will eventually, once we're done with all the villagers can also be displayed. Once we no longer need to breed them for anything else, the villagers could have their, I guess one of these original boys can be the actual display pieces. But we're going to have all the mobs in here. And I think over that corner, like somewhere over here, is where that original pitfall was. So we could basically easily link it up and move all the boys in here. They're already in minecart, so all we need to do is basically minecart them into the place we're going to put them. I'm not terribly concerned with that. I'm always going to be concerned that something happens to them and they die. And I don't want to have to deal with that. But at least if those guys die, I hate to say it this way, they're the easy to replace ones. They're the basic bitch mobs. In fact, we might have more of them somewhere else in the world just chilling. The ones that I'm going to be afraid of is like losing a chicken jockey or something like that. Like the expensive fancy boys. Let's see. So if we go over this way, we can go into the back door that we've created. Your grandma has an appointment that you went with her, and she's waiting 45 minutes past her appointment time to be taken back. 15 minutes after that, she came text you the doctor's not meant to see you. Oh my god, that sucks. 30 minutes later, she finally came back out. Not happy. Yeah, honestly, though, you're lucky. You're lucky it only took that long. Doctors, I don't know what it is. I mean, I know exactly what it is. I don't know what it is with the whole, like, yes, you have to be here on time, or you're going to be shamed, shunned, and canceled appointment. But we're going to be 3 hours late. Child. We have all the boys in there. They're all in mine carts, so we could just push them. And this guy, we could probably get him in a mine cart. But honestly, I just want to make sure he can't escape. I don't think he can escape here, even if we broke the boat. So we could probably put a mine cart on here and, like, sweep by and see if we could steal him out of it. But he should be stuck in there. He should be good. Everyone in here should be good. Those guys will all have to eventually move as well. There we go. Less distractions. Undistracts myself. But yeah, no, I'm sorry. Hopefully everything is good with your grandmother. Hopefully it's just like a routine checkup and everyone's all right. Everyone's doing great. Everyone's doing fine and dandy. Having a good time, having a good vibe. Just, you know, it's not anything surreal or scary. Because, you know, the older you get, the more scary doctor visits you have to maybe have. You know, like that sort of vibe. All right, let's see. I want to try to stay in line. Do strip. One strip at a time. One strippy strap at a time. Lurk, appreciate the lurk, Jordan. Actually, that might be too much. I don't want to go too heavy on it, but I also want to not go, whoops, too light on it. Like that. And we just kind of, like I said, I don't really want to have like a, what's the word? I don't want to have like a pattern. I guess that's the best way to say it. I don't want to have like I don't want to be too systematic about it, but I also don't want to, I don't want them to be too far apart from one another. I kind of envisioned it that, like, if you think of it like every lane and every column, so to speak, would have a center block. If by the end I've done that, so my goal is when you're done with this, you can't just look straight through the forest and see through the other side. And if you can, it's like this, where it's a little tiny sliver, you could barely do so. That's the point. Sacrifice. No, why? I know you were here in the beginning, but why? I think because this strip kind of moved over, that we effectively lined it up here. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I want to walk straight lines, chat. Effectively want to walk straight lines, make sure I'm not missing anything. Because I don't want to have bald patches, effectively. I don't want to be bald, chat. Like this. Bamf. And put one here. And maybe a corner one there. And then we could go back with leaves. Kind of, again, I just want to scatter them around. I really don't want to be too methodical with them. I want it to be kind of random. Because it's a forest, chat. You know what I mean? It wasn't like it was designed by a specific person. It just kind of grew, right? Let's go a little bit this way, because I've not gotten these guys yet. And we'll need to make one more pass with the carpets. And then this will effectively be this entire half done. Whoops. I guess I did that area already. Yeah, let's do over here. Does everybody live in a dreamland? Dreamland, all that we know. Do. Yeah, like that, like that. Just kind of throwing some leafy bits down. Like that. And maybe a couple more here. We can get rid of this torch. Alright, and let's eat so we don't starve to death. You can never do builds like this because your stuff has to be methodical. I am methodical. Trust me, I'm methodical. But think of it this way, B, because this is the way I get over it. I am also incredibly OCD. You can ask Oob, you can confirm that I'm like, I have to make will saves constantly to be a normal person, so to speak. But like with stuff like this, when you finish it and you were too methodical, you hate it. Yes, it scratched that itch while you were doing it, but it being too prim and proper doesn't make it look organic. So because of that, you have to like tear it all down and do it again. And then because you're so methodical, you'll do it again and again and again, and you'll get stuck in that loop. So I've made a system to be methodically less methodical. If that makes any sense. So that I could scratch the OCD itch while also making organic builds. You're eating a steamed potato with the skin right now. I mean, the skin's the best part. Welcome in, Satan. Hope you're having a fantastic one, mate. Honestly, I don't understand people that don't eat the skin on the potato. Like, genuinely. Like, don't get me wrong, like, it needs to be cooked. But, like, potato skins? Have you ever had potato skins? Potato skins are the best part, damn it. The people that, like, peel off the potato and throw it away when they make mashed potatoes, ugh. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand if you're going for the texture of super cream, silky mashed potatoes, that you don't want, like, the skin texture in there. Fine, 100% granted. But, like, my God, if you've not had mashed potatoes with the skins, you're missing out. Like, with a little bit of crispy bits, like, you kind of burn the peaks a little bit. Oh my God, that is peak mashed potatoes. You feel me on the madness of too organized potato and the complicated systems making random patterns to satisfy. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you'll notice, perfect example, B, you'll notice that all these bushes are the same exact shape. But at the same time, once you look out here, they don't look as samey because then the carpet pattern that's specifically randomized and the bush pattern, you know, like, it breaks it up to make it look more organic. Selling out Sid, what? Yeah, that's what I mean. This skin is the best part. Chat, if you've not had, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna get distracted for just one more second. Mashed potatoes with skins, burnt tips. I don't know how to describe this, but like there's a way you cook it where you make peaks, golden brown peaks. Maybe that's the better way to do it. There's a way you cook it where you have like peaks in the pan where you basically intentionally broil it. So you almost get like a skin on top of the skinned mashed potatoes. You can't I will make, Oob, mark my words, I'm going to make you mashed potatoes. I will probably make terrible mashed potatoes, but I'm going to make them the correct way. And once you have them, you'll be like, oh my God, I've been missing out on mashed potatoes. Like, don't get me wrong, this is like your quintessential mashed potatoes. There is nothing wrong with like the garlicky, buttery, smooth, whipped, creamy mashed potato. That's a perfectly valid mashed potato. However, having the ones with the skins in it with like the little burnt bits, like, oh, it hits different. And I can't find a picture of it. I can't find, like this. Chat, like imagine this, but like every bite was that. It's so good. You can't make potatoes in any way that isn't with it. No, all mashed potatoes need to have butter. But like this right here, like imagine having just like in every bite of mashed potatoes, just having the tip of this mashed potato, of this right here. Oh, no butter? You can make potatoes in a way that isn't... Well, honestly, if you use the right potatoes, you could use no butter. It's just they're so much better with butter. That's just the tip. You hate butter on potatoes? That's fair. That's fair. Joke's on you. I'm the potato guy every Thanksgiving. Sweet potatoes are delicious, but they're not potatoes, they're yams. I will not defend this position, okay? Period, end of story. But like, imagine looking at this chat, imagine the texture, like the crispness, like the thin skin of like the meard, like the golden brown texture of those potatoes, just mixed in to like velvety smooth, like buttery. Oh my God, it's so good, chat. I'm gonna make them for Oob, and since Oob's never had them before, Oob can come on here and tell you guys how I've changed his life with these potatoes. Just the tip, he said. Yeah, just the tip. Yeah, the tip's the best part. You don't need more than the tip if you know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, you don't need more than the tip. I'm just saying. But yeah, no, my grandma used to make those potatoes that way all the way, and I grew up with those potatoes to the point where when I had potatoes without it, it was almost like, oh, why is it undercooked? Like it felt raw. Like it felt not right. You know what I mean? And obviously, I realize that's the normal potato way. But like it never hit the same. Like whenever I thought of mashed potatoes, I'm like, you need the skin. Why are you missing out on the flavor? For example, when I eat a baked potato, I eat the skin. In fact, there's this local delicatessen that does like a super huge baked potato. They definitely aren't as big as they used to be, but it's like it used to, like the Mega Spud. Like I don't remember what they call it. I think they call it the Mega Spud. They probably don't anymore. But it's basically just a huge potato split in half and then filled with fixins. So you can have like just bacon, cheese, butter, or you can have like pulled pork and turkey and like you whatever. Like they have different flavored ones. They're fantastic. And I always ate the skin. And when I first moved down here, before my roommates like really got to know me, they kind of looked at me like, why are you eating the skin? I'm like, why aren't you? Like, what do you mean you're not eating the skin? That's, first of all, especially when you salt it and it's got like a little bit of char on it. Like, oh my God. So I was going to say, my grandma will tell you all you need is the tip. All you need is the tip. Hey, it's not the size of the boat, it's the motion of the ocean, right? But all innuendo aside, no, like genuinely, chat, like if you do a baked potato the right way, like if you oil and salt and bake the spud the right way, the skin is like honestly my favorite part. The inside is like the meat and potatoes of it, right? Like no pun intended. Like that's the obvious, like the part you go into first, but like leaving just a little bit of the potato left and like all the butter and the juices that like seep out afterwards. Think of it like this. It's exactly this, chat. Have you ever like gone to a restaurant and got like a nice medium well steak and you have like the potatoes, like the mashed potatoes afterwards and all the steak juices that leaked out of the steak, and you took the mashed potatoes and you like dragged it through all the steak juices so that like all the leftover steak bits and meats and juices get mixed into the potatoes? It's like doing that, but all potato. Potatoes with enough butter to use as lube. Yo, let's go. Yo, Christopher, how's it going, mate? Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday so far. Yeah, it's that, chat. And if I've just changed your life, you're welcome. You'll never go back to not even. Like, in fact, you can ask Oob, because they're probably the only person. No, Lab might be able to say they've seen me do this too. Whenever I eat steak and I have the option, I watched that freaking mushroom spawn into place. I thought they couldn't spawn in high light. They're taking over, chat. They're taking over. I think it's because it's mycelium. They could just always spawn on mycelium. Doing good? I certainly can't complain, mate. I'm vibing with everyone, having a good time. Potatoes in general, just bad for dogs. I wouldn't say necessarily bad for dogs, but it's a lot of calories. If dogs ate them constantly, they would get fat quick. Yo, Christopher, thank you so much for the follow, mate. Oh, welcome to Team Tater. Whoop, whoop. But, yeah, it's definitely something you don't want to constantly feed them. Like, I don't think there's anything inherently. It's not like grapes or chocolate or something where it's, like, poisonous. But it's, like, a lot of carbs. They can't grow with light. Now, I think mushrooms specifically need low light. However, on mycelium, you could plant them on any light level. They can't grow... Oh, you said can't grow with light. Yeah, but they're on mycelium. Look at that. That one just spawned. This one just spawned. Like, look at this, chat. It is a ring. I'm going to leave that one there because it's technically still in a ring. But, like, it's a ring. We're going to come back here in 5 minutes, and there's going to be another mushroom here. You can understand personally not enjoying the skin, but who doesn't realize that you can? Yeah, no, like literally, like I'm not gonna say names. I don't want to dox anyone, but like roommate that you know that I know you know. When I ate my first potato in front of them, when I ate the skin, they looked at me like, and I looked up at them like, what, do I have something on my face? Like, what the hell tragedy? What sin? Because I just moved down to the South. I didn't know, like, what southern sin did I just commit as a New Yorker? And they're like, why are you eating the skin? And I'm like, what? Did I just see something move? Chat, am I tripping? Did something just move through that forest? I saw something blue move, I swear to God. Hello? Is there a wandering trader out here? I don't hear anything. I swear to God, it's seeing shit out of the corner. That's not real. I still got jump scared. You bastard. But yeah, no, they looked at me like I was insane. And then I'm like, try it. And they're like, no, that's gross. And I'm like, just try it. And I had a little butter and the salt. And they're like, okay, that is... They didn't want to admit it, but they're like, okay, that is good. And I mean, if you've ever had potato skins, you've eaten potato skins. That's just me, the Lorax, but blue... Oh, okay, B. I just make sure you scared me for a minute. Just transporting yourself between streams. Between tree streams. Oh, God. Sacrifice. What are you doing?
Tactical nuke!
How dare you! Sacrifice. I can't believe you've done this. You froze time to give me the bad touch. Wait, it didn't explode. What? Wait. Why did the explosion not happen? Wait. Explosion did not happen. Wait. It makes to occur explosion in location where... 1 second. I'm gonna fix your command. I needed to explode, chat. 1 second. Users. Oh God, now everyone's using their redeems. You've awoken the sleeping beasts. You did that to the skin of your potato friend, you got mad. Why? Why would they get mad? It's so good.
Congratulations.
All right, 1 second. Let me explode properly.
Congratulations.
The true sacrifice. I don't want to delete you on accident.
Congratulations.
Boop.
Congratulations.
There we go. I broke it, chat. I broke it, chat. There we go. I unbroke it. I think I did it too soon. Nope, it's rebroken. I think I did it too soon while the, what's its name? While the congratulations was still up, and I broke it. 1 second, I can fix it. I know how to fix it. I can fix it. I'm fixing it. I'm actively in the process of fixing it. And it should be fixed. Okay, it should be fixed. I'm going to do one more boop to make sure it's working. The command just being borked. There we go. One more boop. Beautiful. Everything is working as it should be. All right, let me get my screen back to the way it should be. Beauteous. Okay, back to video game. The more commands you get. Yeah, honestly, Sacrifice, don't you have another command in the wings? Like, don't you literally, didn't you, like, literally last stream get another command unlocked? Honestly, I need to make a command to explain commands to people. Because, like, I feel like I just explain it with my mouth, and people ask all the time, like, how do I get a command? And most of the time, people in chat are pog, and they explain. But, like, honestly, you guys shouldn't have to worry about that. There should be, like, an easy command, just like, exclamation point command in chat. Like, something like that, you know what I mean? I'm watching you, mushrooms. I'm watching you. You do have another command slot. You do, unfortunately for me. Let's see, like that, and I think once we get this area, we're done with this entire half. And that half, I think, is smaller. I do think that that half is smaller than this half. So we're done, we're more than halfway through. Yo, Mimi! Mimi, wait, Mimi, you were streaming? I didn't even realize you were streaming! Welcome in, Raiders! Hope you had a fantastic stream. What were you all up to today? Let's see. A wild Mimikyu has appeared. Let's go. Oh god, old clip. Let's go. Yo, Mari, welcome in, mate. You're here twice now. Let's go. Double Mari, double the fun. Oh wait, Mari. By the way, defibrillator. Am I helping you? Google was not doing you justice then, okay? It was not doing you justice. Old clip, let's go! Welcome in. Obviously, if you need to take care of yourself post-stream, Mari. If you need to take care of yourself post-stream, take care of yourself, get yourself something to eat, and Mari, you too, you were streaming for like 9 hours. My god, how are you still awake? Please, get yourself to, yeah, Google has failed you with that. But honestly, aside from that, Google was doing pretty good. Google was doing pretty good besides that. What were you up to today? Playing Haste. I don't think I've heard of Haste before. What is Haste? Was Haste the... No, that was Celeste. Actually, no, wait. Sacrifice mentioned Haste before. I've heard of Haste. I don't think I've ever seen or played it. You said... Did I say Mari twice? I'm sorry. Mimi. I meant to say Mimi. Mimi and Mari. Yeah, Sacrifice has. Haste is speed game. I might have to check it out sometime. Was it fun? Did you have a good time? That's all that matters at the end of the day. And yeah, we were talking about Peak before. You played Peak and then Haste. Yeah, Mimi, we were talking about Peak before. We might be getting a Peak group together to do a Peak game playthrough. I don't know if we're going to do it for stream or if we should save something like that for like a YouTube video or something like that. But Peak also looks like a lot of fun. You mostly played Peak? Okay, let's go. Peak still sounds like a good time. Don't spoil anything. I don't know if there's spoilers for Peak, but I might play it, so don't spoil anything. You want to join? Okay, Peak is so fun. Okay, you guys are selling me on it, all right? But also, if both of you need to take care of yourself post-stream, please take care of yourselves, okay? Please get yourself something to eat, get yourself something to drink, at the very least get up and stretch some. And if you guys want to lurk in the meanwhile, please feel free to. I appreciate the support. And thank you, Mimi, for dropping your community off with us. What was I talking about a second ago? We've gone off on so many tangents this stream. From dog breeds to video games to play to burrito toppings. And I don't remember where we're at now, or which direction I'm facing, or what universe I'm in. Is this C-132? You got nothing else to do? Haste is very fun for a casual game to do when? Was that English bad? See, Mari, English is my first language and I can't speak it. You missed the dog breed combo? Damn, dog groomer? Vet tech, vet tech. 15 years of vet teching. And yeah, we were talking about horrifying dog breeds. And then I think I was mentioning, actually, no, wait, chat. I just remembered the whole point of that conversation. I was discussing the breeds of dogs that I, as a person, would actually be most afraid of dealing with. And it wasn't ever the big ones, because that's how we got into the big dog breeds. Because we were talking about, like, if you were in the middle of the road, in the middle of the night, with no one around, what's the last dog breed you want to see, like, effectively? And I was like, I really don't care if it would be a Doberman or a Rottweiler. Like, I'm not scared of those. Why is Twitch around now? I don't know. I hate the new font that Twitch uses. I'll talk about that one in a second. But, no, Corgis and Chihuahuas. I reserve all judgment, chat. Corgis and Chihuahuas are my least favorite breed to interact with in any way, shape, or form. You might be like, but Corgis, they're so cute. They're so adorable. They are also vicious. And I would be vicious too if I had half of my legs, if you took my shins in a war. Small poodle mixes. I don't mind small poodle mixes. Mostly because they're not always angry at everyone. Pitbulls, yeah, pitbulls are adorable. I love pitbulls. Pitbulls are arguably one of my favorite dog breeds. They're mutts. Pitbulls are mutts, and they are the happiest, healthiest. They are just high on life at all times. Chat. Pitbulls are like, honestly, I think everyone should have a pitbull, and I hate that pitbulls have such a bad rap because of specifically people that are fighting them. But that is literally the only thing. Honestly, chat, and you're going to hate me for saying this, Labradors are more violent than pitbulls. Like, actually. And honestly, in recent times, Labradors started getting put on, like, not allowed to be in, like, apartments lists and stuff like that. Which is, I hate it, but, like, also, yeah. A lab, exactly, see? B, you know what I'm talking about then. Yeah, no, labs are more vicious than pitbulls. They're not, like, excessively vicious or anything like that, but, like, if you put me in a room with a lab and a pit, I'm gonna trust the pit immediately, and the lab be like, do you have crazy in your eye? Are we good? Okay, I think we're good. Are we good? Okay, we're good. Like that. That's too close to the shore. I don't think I want to put a bush there. Maybe this one, though. Maybe I do this like that, like that, like that. But no, corgis, every single corgi I've ever met, asshole. Every corgi is just angry at life because they took their shins. And chihuahuas. Every chihuahua is just, it thinks it's a big vicious dog, and if you poke it the wrong way, it'll die. Belgian Malinois is, that's what you, the thoughts on, the Belgian, I already spoke vehemently against Belgian Malinois. I think the whole rant I went on with that was, they're using them as police dogs these days, and they are just psychotic. They are the dog, it's like, honestly, it's animal cruelty to use them in that way. They are keeping them, like, permanently high-strung, on edge, and they are not being trained properly. They are vicious, they don't stop attacking, even when commanded to do so, and they even bite their handlers. Like, they are just terrible. All dogs are hellspawn? No, not all dogs. I will say, I love huskies, but huskies are literally, what's the word? Schizophrenic. And so loud. You've seen the memes. You don't need me to recant the memes of the like, for no reason. Just, I exist and I must scream. Those are huskies in a nutshell. So I love huskies, but I would never own one. Especially in the South, it would honestly be mean to own a husky in the South where it's this hot. Tato, reread it? Oh, wait. As you said. Oh, all tiny dog. Okay, that is better. Yeah, honestly, most tiny dogs. I am afraid of tiny dogs, not because I think they're going to hurt me, because I'm afraid that I might hurt them. Like, chat, like, literally, like, if I had, like, a little applehead chihuahua, like a little teacup Yorkie, like, something like that, if I had a little dog, I wouldn't be afraid of it. It's like, even if it decided to go feral and try to kill me, it wouldn't be able to do anything besides grab onto my clothes for dear life. I would be afraid of, like, sitting on it. I would be afraid of it, like, jumping up on the couch while I'm sleeping and roll over and, like, crushing it. Or stepping on it. Like, I would be afraid that in a fart's glance, I can just absolutely destroy it. Like, honestly, I have a cat. Chat, you all know that I have the cat. Like, I've shown pictures of cat. I've shown my pussy on stream. I am still terrified of just a normal cat-sized cat, of, like, accidentally, like, sitting on a cat. Like, perfect example. In the morning, when I go to work at, like, 5:30 a.m., you know what I mean? Like, I wake up at, like, 5 in the morning to go to work. It's pitch black in the house. And I typically don't turn the lights on because your eyes kind of just adjust to the darkness. But when I get out of the bathroom from, like, you know, brush my hair, brush my teeth, like, getting ready for work effectively, I get out of the bathroom, your eyes aren't, like, fully adjusted. I'm constantly afraid that the cat's just going to be standing in the dark hallway. I'm going to trip on it, like, step on its tail, or, like, kick it and break its kidney, or something horrible. I'll check it one sec. I'll check it one sec. I'll check pets. And then my biggest fear with Pounce is like walking into the living room and sitting on the couch without looking, and him like just sitting on the couch, like sleeping, just completely unassumingly sleeping, and me just like throw my friggin' ass on top of him and just crush him. That is like my biggest fear, to the point where if I cannot confirm that the couch seat I am sitting in is clear of my cat, I literally blindly like do the pat down. Like I just sweep my hand blindly across the seat to be like, all right, no one's there, I'm safe to sit, and then I sit down. Check pet for cuteness. Okay, I need some cuteness right now. Let's check pet pics for cuteness. Oh, is that a little Russell Terrier? Oh my god, he's adorable. I love the bandana. I might be a little biased with bandanas, but I think pets with bandanas are the cutest thing in the damn world. Every pet needs a bandana. She's a pit mix? Okay, let's go. That's definitely, like, how big is she? She couldn't be more than 20 pounds. How big is she right now? She looks tiny. That looks like a Russell pit mix. She's got the thinner, longer snout, like a Jack Russell Terrier, but she's totally got the pitty head. She's got like this, I think the correct terminology for the breed is Staffordshire Terrier. I think that's the quote-unquote purebred pit bull, because pit bull just means mutt. Staffordshire Bull Terrier. Yeah, when people think quote-unquote pit bull, this is the quote-unquote bully breed. Pit bull is not a breed. If you bought a purebred pit bull, you got scammed. Pit bull literally means mutt. Pit bull, it's like a pit. You threw a whole bunch of dogs in a pit and they bred, and you got whatever came out of the pit. She's little, like, yeah, it is. She can't be full Staffordshire. She's got to be like Jack Russell Terrier. Yeah, like Jack Russell Terrier. Like a little bit of this boy mixed with like Staffordshire. And that's the perfect size too, because these dogs don't really go over 30 pounds. Maybe not Jack Russell, but definitely some other terrier breed. Short hair terrier. Like, that's a wire hair fox terrier. But like this. Like, look at that, and then look at this. Like, you see what I mean with like the muzzle shape, right? Like, it's like the thinness of the nose that makes me jump to terrier. As opposed to like a Staffordshire. Can I just go back to Staffordshire? Staffordshire, you could see like the nose is wide. He's got big snoot, fat mouth. Like, you could see how broad the muzzle is. That's the thing that makes me say it's like a Staffordshire mix. Because I definitely see, like, you could see that quintessential like head ridge that a Staffordshire Terrier has. American Pit Bull Terrier? Yeah, let's see. I haven't American Pit Bull Terrier. This is what people think of when they think of Pit Bull. I don't know if they've made this an official dog breed, like if the, what is it, the American Kennel AKC, is that it? American AKC? I forget what the name of it is. But like whatever the American Kennel, like the official dog breed people, whatever. And I think there's like a UK version of that too. But I don't know if this has like officially been made into a breed now. But when you think Pit Bull, this is what everyone thinks of. And you can see here that this is basically like a Staffordshire Terrier mix. They did? Oh, let's go. Honestly, like, it's one of those things where it's like everyone just calls it a pit bull. So it's not really a purebred dog. So even if you make it a breed, it's still, the purebred breed is a mix of all the other, you know what I mean? Like, we were wary of her at first because previous groomer kept canceling her appointments, which means usually the dog is bad, but she's a perfectly, honestly, I will say this, I've worked with a lot of groomers. A lot of groomers are unfortunately not fit to be groomers. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that in the way that sometimes you get burnt out doing things. And when grooming, for example, is the only job you do and the only income you have, eventually you get to the point where you don't look at the animals as afraid of all the loud noises and other dogs and being taken from their owners. And you're just like, shut up and sit still, object. I need to cut your hair off. And they don't treat the animal with respect. And then the animal becomes traumatized, honestly. That's really, there's no other nice way to say it. They become traumatized, and then that animal will now no longer trust groomers, be afraid of the sounds, because they associate the sounds of being at the groomers with the trauma that they received. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where it's like you really don't you have to be patient. You have to have chill if you're a groomer. If you get burnt out, you need a way to recharge your mental battery. Step away, do something else for a while, not take appointments, take less appointments. Maybe only take dogs that you're comfortable with and not take new clients. Like, have to. You know, female pit bull are more protective than male. Oh, yeah. No, definitely. Honestly, females in general, like for all dog breeds, it's not just pit bulls, are more protective. It's like motherly instinct. It legit is. It's legit just that motherly instinct. I haven't put one here yet because I have a torch here still. 100%. Especially if they are pregnant and or have had a litter, they are going to be more protective. It's not like they are necessarily aggressive. Like, you could still reason with, like, that's the thing. Like, animals, I don't want to say animals are people, but animals have logic. They have reason. They have, like, an animal is not just aggressive because it feels like it. They might have aggressive genes, but that doesn't mean they have to be like an attack dog. You know what I mean? So when someone sits there and says, oh, all Rottweilers are awful, I'm going to be like, no, I'm sorry. That's not it. I know so many Rottweilers that think they're little tiny puppies that try to curl up on your lap. And unfortunately, I know Rottweilers that will eat your face. You know what I mean? But also, I've dealt with, like, as a vet tech, I've dealt with pets that have been like, you know, XOXO, will bite, like whatever warnings you want to put on the chart. They have been deemed, like, dangerous. And I've stuck my fingers down their throat to pill them. Like, you know, like, it's not about an animal being quote unquote bad. No animal is just bad. And if an animal's that bad, it's because it's traumatized. It's terrified of human beings. Probably because it was abused. Probably because no one treated it like a living thing. And it just thinks all people are evil. Like, I'm so sad for the fact that there are animals out there that's all they know of humans. Which, don't get me wrong, some humans really are terrible. Some humans really do neglect and just mistreat their dogs. And I don't think anyone that's watching me would be that. Like, so don't think that I'm saying anyone out there is that type of person. But you might know someone that, even if they don't intend to be that person, are that person. Maybe they adopted the dog and they kind of got bored with it. Or maybe the dog grew up and it's got health issues and they don't do what they need to accommodate for it. Or maybe, you know that neighbor that has a puppy that they leave chained up in the hot sun all day. Like, I think we've all seen someone at least once in our life, whether we realize it or not, like whether we block it out because it's traumatizing or not. You rescued a female pit bull. I mean, honestly, sometimes you can't do anything. Like, let's say you have that neighbor that's clearly abusing their animal, but like you call animal control, and animal control's like, we got to give them X amount of chances, or we have to catch them in the act, or like things like that. What are you going to do? Break the law and go steal their dog? You know what I mean? Like, then you get arrested and then the animal goes back to them anyway. Like, there's only so much you can do, and sometimes it's not enough. And sometimes you get the bad end. You know what I mean? Sometimes the animal does not make it. You know what I mean? I can't tell you, like, working in the animal field, how many times I've seen so easily preventable deaths. And not to get like morbid or anything like that, but like one of the things I'm vehement about, one of the things, like, I'm 10 toes down, you will not change my mind at this. This is just, I will die on this hill, leaving your dog in the car. Unless you live in a nice, calm, cold climate, you know what I mean? Like, where it's like constantly 50 degrees outside and you could crack a window. If you leave your dog in a car, I don't care if it's for 5 minutes, you're a monster. Especially in the heat, like, especially in the summer. Chat, you don't realize. Even if you're like, oh, it's just for a minute, I left the AC on for a minute, like, I don't care, okay? If I see a dog panting in a car in the summer, I am breaking the window and calling the police. Do you like snakes? Yeah, I like snakes. I don't own any snakes, but I used to deal with exotics when I did work with animals. And they're cool. Snakes are cool creatures. I don't think I would ever own one just because they're kind of high maintenance and low maintenance at the same time. It's weird to say that, but like birds, I would never own birds. I've dealt with a lot of birds. Probably my least favorite animal when I dealt with animals to deal with were birds. You've missed your message thrice. I'm sorry. Tater, you have to get up for school around 5:30ish for 9th grade. Your dad drove you to school in the morning for 11th grade, which you finished not disclosing exact age. So, it's like getting up. Yeah. Like, I'm used to getting up early. Pretty much my whole life has been me getting up early for work. Let's see. A couple more here. I can get rid of this torch now and fill this area in a little bit more. It's just a little bit bald in here. There we go. That should be good. And like that. And maybe like one more of you in there. And like you there. That should be good. I think this area is good for now. We kind of left a path to get to the middle here. Your favorite should be, yo, let's go. I'm glad. Feel free to stop by every single time. I know you already followed, but also, you know, you can do exclamation point socials. Shameless plug, chat. Time for shameless plug. Exclamation point socials in chat. Gain access to our community Discord and Twitter. So whenever we go live, you'll get a notification. I think I also added our YouTube there. So you monster. Thanks. You got up for 6 a.m. for school year. Honestly, I think the earliest I ever have to get up for school was 6. And I think the earliest I have to get up for work is like 4 a.m. Luckily, I don't have to do that anymore. Right now, my early days are 5 a.m. effectively. Have you ever roast corn? Yes, roast corn is the best type of corn. Don't get me wrong. Some slow cooked corn with some sweet corn with some butter is great, but like roasted, like I said, that Maillard reaction makes everything better, chat. Anything that you could slightly burn without burning tastes better. All right, there we go. I think this whole strip is done. We move over, we do the next strip. Quickly fly by and see what we have. Hello? My Elytra did not want to deploy there. So let's see. So right here where this torch is where we're done to. So we just have this area. And a lot of this area is like the peninsula. Like it's a little tiny area. It's surrounded by water. So I don't think we have that much more. In fact, you know what? To make it clean, I say we work from the water back inland to make sure we can do our nice clean strips. And this area here, I like this grove. Like this like little pond that we have here. I might do something with this, like terraform this area a little bit, kind of like we did up for our lake up there. Put fish in it, maybe get some exotic fish to keep here. Make it so that they can't escape the water, and like make like a little fishing spot here. We can make this like a secondary fishing spot. But yeah, roasted corn with, oh yeah. Like honestly, I don't eat a lot of corn these days, mostly because I hate getting it stuck in my teeth. But like honestly, roasted corn with a little bit of, like, a good bit of butter, let's be honest, a good bit of butter, with, like, some, like, Zatarans or, like, some Tony Chacheries, like, with, like, a little bit of a spicy salt seasoning on it. Oh, that is peak corn. You can't change my mind. Exclamation, no space, exclamation point social, all one word. All one word. You don't need the capital. I don't think the capital affects it, though. So let's start from the furthest point over here and work our way midland. And I think I want to, like, see how, like, there's barely anything here. Squid game, cephalopod shenanigans. Oh, speaking of cephalopod shenanigans, it's the 24th. Isn't the second half of Squid Games coming out in a couple days? I am actually like so freaking hyped for that. Like I am literally, as you could see, counting the days. I'm not spoiling anything. If you've not seen the previous season, my God, what a cliffhanger! Please watch it. It's fantastic. In fact, maybe we can watch it. I don't know how we could swing that. Maybe you can watch that on stream, not on stream, like not live, but like on Discord, like Saturday stream. Like maybe we can watch it live. I don't know if I want to, like, I definitely, like, here's the thing, chat. I have like a really big TV. Like our whole household got together and like threw money in to get like a really nice big 70-inch TV. And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to watch it for the first time on the big screen. But it's definitely going to be a show that I want to watch multiple times. So, you know, you don't like the ad? I can't help ads, unfortunately. I'm sorry, mate. Let's see, where are we at with ads? Ad in progress, 27 more seconds. But Squid Game, I think, came out 27th. Oob, I think, is confirming that for us currently. Let's do one here. And then another one. Actually, another one here. Like I said, I don't want to be able to make a straight shot and look through. The 27th, let's go. Cephalopod shenanigans, let's go. No, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how they're going to end it. Like, I can theory craft stuff, but I kind of don't want to, like, all right, let's be honest. Does anyone in chat, I kind of want to theory craft stuff, but I don't want to spoil things, because I don't know if people have seen, the second season, full second season. No, I'm not going to spoil anything for people. I'm not going to say anything. I'm telling you right now, once the show is done, I'm going to give you guys a couple weeks to, like, watch everything or whatever. Social. Oh, it's not working. Maybe it's socials? It's socials. I'm sorry. With an S. Oh, and Ironheart just premiered, which I presume we're going to want to watch after we get burritos. I'm presuming after burritos we are watching at least an episode of Ironheart. And Oob will probably watch the entire thing on their own. Oob will probably go into their room afterwards and then binge whatever is available. All available content. But let's see. Speaking of burrito, ooh, it's 6 o'clock. I really want to finish the decorations on this forest before we end stream today. I'm gonna push myself, chat. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna like lock in. I'm gonna try to like lock in and finish so that I don't have to do another stream of this specifically. Like, I want to get this part done, and I feel like we can do it. I feel like we're so close. I've gotten as far as we've gotten with all the distraction we've done. If I just lock in now, I can do it. And I feel like I'm doing the thing that I didn't want to do, where I'm just going back and forth with the moss only instead of doing all 3 layers. But I feel like this might actually be... This is distraction proof. If I do it this way, I know I haven't put the leaves down. I know I haven't put the carpet down. And I could just zigzag. I think this is the chat. I think I'm going back to the original strat, that this is the way. I think this is the way, chat. Like this. I don't want them to be too close to one another, but I also don't want them to be too far apart. I missed you. So I'm just going to zigzag through here, placing down all the moss, and then we'll come back, and we'll place all the leaves, and then all the carpets, and then etc. No, like that one. Like this. Yeah, like that. And just, like I said, I don't want it to be, I don't want to be too methodical with it. I want to be kind of loosey-goosey, kind of a little bit random with it. But this also makes sure I can just fill my inventory with that thing, which, speaking of which, we're going to have to go back and get more moss here in a second. I think I'm okay with that level. Let's go a little bit further this way. This is where it kind of dips out further again. So I think I'm going to go all the way to the end where these torches are, and then I'm going to bring it back. Ain't no holla back girl. I don't know why that song popped in my head randomly. A few times I've been around this block, but it ain't been like that, 'cause ain't no holla back girl. Chat, can we all appreciate/depreciate how absolutely wild certain songs were, like, in the 80s and 90s? Like, I don't even know what some of these songs were going on about. I just know that they were unhinged. In fact, I found, I'm not taking credit for finding this on my own, I think it was Scott Major that made the playlist, and Philza that played it on their stream for a minute that made me find it. But I have a playlist dubbed The Gay List, which is literally, for me, nostalgia, and also just, it's a different vibe. I don't know how to describe what those types of songs are. You joined the Discord? Yo, let's go. Welcome on in, mate. If you earn enough potato chips to get regular status here in chat, you will also get a role in Discord. You'll get the Team Tater role. And then obviously if you link your Discord account with your Twitch and you sub, things like that, you will also get access to the secret channels, special channels and things like that with bonus content, and the Golden Fam roles. I'm not against doing that for this one. Just that one. I don't want to do too many of those. Those are kind of cursed. Kind of cursed bush. Kind of looks like a cock and balls, not gonna lie. The singular cock and balls bush. And at this point, we need to go get more. I'm gonna make a bush out of torches, so I remember to go back to that spot. And let's go get a bunch of moss. Just fill our inventory up with moss. Honestly, nothing but moss. Thank you for the drip, Chris. Let's put all this back, and all this back. And I don't even want the mushrooms on me. Let's go get more moss, chat. I don't know if I'm going to need it more than inventory's worth. So I'm not going to bring the shulker shells. And I didn't bring the mushrooms. Good. Let's go to our moss farm that's totally working again. And let's grab a bunch of moss. Just literally fill my inventory with moss. Now, I'm afraid of breaking it again, so I don't want to leave it running unless I'm here. But, it does fully function once more. I was going to say that, and then it immediately breaks. So as you can see, it is pushing all the things. And this side as well. And like I said, I don't want to leave it running unless I have a chunk loader working here. And we did build this, but I haven't set it up yet. We did build the tube to connect all the extra bone meal, once this thing eventually makes enough bone meal, to our bamboo farm, so it could basically perpetually power this. All it is has like a water column that goes beneath it to collect the bone meal out of it. I just have to, like, put a switch on to, like, have a clock that's constantly ticking to dispense junk if needed. It's redstone, complicated redstone. We're not getting into that. I'm not getting distracted. Wait, I didn't turn it off. I don't want to break it. Wasting fireworks. There we go. So we got all the way up to like here, chat, out of all of this. I think we got this. I think we have it. And look, half of this is already done. So we're already past the circle ring. So like realistically, we only got this little stroke in the middle. Is there some food you don't like? Yes, there's tons of food I don't like. I don't really care for onions, mostly because the texture and like the spiciness, I don't want to describe it. The spiciness of raw onions, I despise it. Condiments. All things condiment. Hate condiments. Ketchup is the ultimate sin. I don't care what you say. You can like it. I hate it. Let's see. Other food that I hate. What is my, I'm like legitimately trying to think of like my most hated food. Like there's a lot of food that I don't like, but I don't know if I specifically like detest something with every fiber of my being as much as that is ketchup. I can't think right now, honestly. I know there's 100% stuff that I don't like. Trouble with most veggies? Really? You're gonna have problems growing up if you don't eat your veggies. Honestly, I like a lot of vegetables. I didn't typically like peppers, but they've kind of grown on me. So like bell peppers and stuff have to be cooked perfectly, otherwise I hate them. Condiments don't count as food, thank goodness, because there's certain places down here that count butter as a dipping sauce, and there's some things that I question about humanity sometimes in our arrogance, that we've gone too far on certain things. You love peppers? Yeah, they've grown on me. Like, I love jalapenos, but jalapenos don't love me no more. I don't think I want to do that one like that, but maybe one like there. I don't want to get too out of whack. I want to try to keep to our strips. We're going in strips. We're going back this way. Like this. If I could place the blocks correctly, please. I don't need you. The torches are basically just here to remind me I still have to do this area. More. I need more. Just more bushes. This is an area that didn't have a lot of trees, so I want to put a lot of foliage here. I hear thunder outside. That's making me scary that we're going to lose power right at the end of stream. I'm just trying to lock in, chat. I'm just locking in. I'm just trying to lock in and get stuff on the ground. But, I'm trying to think of, like, foods that I don't like. It's easier for me to remember things I like, which is weird, because, like, normally for people, negative connotations are, like, stronger, like, things that weigh in for memory. But, like, for the most part, I don't remember things I don't like until someone brings it up. So, like, if someone is like, do you like insert food here? And I'll be like, oh, actually, oh, no, God, no. Wouldn't condiments just be condiments as a separate category? Yeah, no, I would definitely say that. It's definitely a different category. When it comes to veggies, I'm not crazy about salads, mostly because I don't like dressings. Like, I count dressings as condiments effectively, and I hate ranch with every passionate fiber of my being. Not as bad as ketchup. Like, I can dig the ranch flavor if it's mild. But, like, ranch dressing is way too powerful for me. I'm not powerful enough to handle the ranch dressing. However, using condiments as a cooking ingredient is acceptable to me. So, like, for example, let's say you put a very, very tiny squirt of ketchup inside of, like, I don't know, like meatloaf. Like, mixed in, not drizzled on top. Like, mixed in, incorporated. If it's not too powerful of a taste, I can handle that. Cool Ranch Doritos, like that. I hate ranch dressing, but I'll eat a Cool Ranch Dorito. It's not my favorite flavor Dorito, because even then I feel like that's too much ranch flavor. Like, it's too salty, like, it's too powerful. But, like, I can eat a Cool Ranch Dorito. It wouldn't be my go-to flavor, like a spicy nacho would be my go-to flavor, but, like, I could do it. As opposed to, like, if you put ranch on something, I'm not eating it. I'd rather starve. I'd rather starve, I'm sorry. But, like, perfect example, ranch packets, like the dip, being used inside of, like, I don't know, like, making it, like, I don't know, like, making, like, a green bean casserole and using, like, a ranch dip packet as flavoring is peak. That is the best way to enjoy ranch, in my opinion. Taking, like, actual ranch dressing and putting it on something, no, I'm good. Like, I know people like to, like, dip carrots in ranch and stuff like that. I'd rather just eat the carrot on its own. I can't handle the like, gooey snottiness of what... I think it's, like, the mayo texture check, because I also hate mayonnaise, even though mayonnaise isn't that powerful of a flavor. Like, I'll do mayonnaise if it's, like, cooked, so to speak, like a grilled cheese. But, like, just raw mayonnaise on a burger is, like, no, it's less the taste of it, it's more the texture of it. Like, it's just slimy. It's, I can't. But mayo as a flavor is not necessarily a bad flavor, but I think it's the same texture thing that I hate about mayonnaise that makes me, like, so repulsed when it comes to, ranch. Oh, I fell in. Let me out. Let me out. There we go. I can elytra hop, so I can get up here. Otherwise, nothing else can get up here. It's a 2-block jump effectively. Start making our way back. I think I can't quite see. I could see where we got to go. So we only have from there to there. Not that much. We can do it. And we just got to go through this twice more. Once with the bushes, which is arguably easier. There's no real thought behind placing the bushes. I kind of want to make sure that these top blocks, like, aren't really lining up a lot. Is it getting misgendered? What? Is it getting misgendered if one gender is abolinish? Abolinist. What is that word? I don't know what that word means. Who's misgendering anyone? What conversation did I miss? I'm confused. Not big surprise. One sec, I need to take a sip of some water, chat. My throat is drying out. I've been yapping for the better part of 3 hours. Delicious hydration. The heavy is dead. that was a great video. I love that video. No, you're not saying. Oh, have I ever been misgendered? Me personally, I have not. But also, I'm pretty bog standard. Like, I have long hair or whatever, but, like, I don't think anyone's mistaking me for a woman on the street. And my pronouns are they, them, he, him. So, like, I'm fine pretty much anyway. Like, honestly, I've said that. Thank you for the hydration, Jordan. Chat, eat your water. It's good for you. I'm going to double hydrate now. I've always said I really don't care about what pronouns people call me, as long as I know you're talking to me. So, like, if you call me she, her, I might not realize you're talking to me. I wouldn't necessarily be offended that you're calling me she. You know what I mean? Like, why is the heavy dead? You do? Well, I'm not going to play the whole video. I'm not playing the whole video on stream. I'm not getting chat. I'm not getting distracted. We're locking in. We're locking in. Chat, we're going to do this. We're going to finish this on stream today. I'm getting this forest I'm getting it done. We're getting it done. I call ma'am on the phone all the time. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. Maybe I guess accidentally, like, someone's, like, not thinking about it has been ma'am. I mean, why did I call you ma'am? Like, something like that. Maybe that's happened to me once, but I don't even acknowledge it. Like, I don't even realize it's happening. Maybe once I've been called, like, a ma'am on accident or something like that, which I don't know if my voice ever sounds effeminate enough to, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not the type of person that's, like, straddling the fence in any regard when it comes to stuff like that, so it's pretty bog standard for me. You've been mistaken hanging out with friends, you got called a girl. Honestly, and I don't know what kind of compliment, like, I don't know what you're going for there, but, like, most people would consider that a compliment, no? Maybe not if you're trying to be a guy. Like, if you're trying to look like a guy and you're getting called a girl, then yeah, I could see how that's not a compliment. But, like, if you're trying to be effeminate, or, like, you know, you're trying to be, like, on the fence there, being able to be fluid in that way, in my eyes at least, I take that as a compliment, because you could be either. But I also understand why that's not a compliment to a lot of people. But, by the way, I know, especially with all the shit that's going on in America right now, a lot of people are very afraid of being themselves, and I hate that that's a state of being you need to be in. But I want everyone to genuinely know out there that this is a safe space. LGBT friendly. You guys can, if you're trans, you're safe here. We're not reporting anyone. We're not banning people. We're not that kind of people. So I don't think that that's something that should need to be said. It should just be, that should be the standard. But I feel like in this day and age, that might be something that needs to be disclosed. Because your hair is dyed? I mean, I don't know why dyed hair. Like, I know a lot of guys that have dyed hair. I think for me, the thing is, if you're, like, petite build and then have long hair, especially if it's dyed, then I might, like, be like, cannot tell if, you know what I mean? Like, you're gender fluid, look it up, too lazy to explain. I don't understand, like, I personally don't understand, like, physically, I don't know what it means. Gender fluid, I have the vaguest concept of, like, where you could go between multiple, but I genuinely, like, I'm ignorant on the matter. So I actually don't know what it means. So I'm not going to be the one to try to explain it. That's what I'm getting at. I'm not going to try to explain it for you. So look it up. There's so many times that I look stuff up and I look up the wrong thing and then I've now committed the wrong thing to memory. I'd rather eventually, not now, I'm not saying you now, don't take it that way. I'd rather have someone that is effectively like an expert in that field that would be willing to explain it to me than trust like Gemini or Grog or something like that. Potato Army, let's go. But yeah, I'm not a boomer, like literally, but I am a little bit older, so a lot of the stuff, chat, I'm still learning. It's not that I don't want to learn it, it's just that I physically don't know it. That's literally it. Basically, sometimes you're boy, sometimes a girl, sometimes both, sometimes you're not binary. I mean, that's pretty much what I know of it. I just don't know, like, if there's like a more scientific or specific, like, definition, so to speak. But like, yeah, that's the basis. That's like, it literally changes. It changes. It's fluid. Like, I mean, I guess that's kind of self-explanatory, right? Like, just if you break the word down, not necessarily all words are self-explanatory, but I feel like that one, at the very least, is, if that makes any sense. And honestly, a lot of my interpretations of words is the common sense of, like, the word itself. Like, perfect example, say a random word in chat, make up a word. Literally, chat, make up a word. Make up a word that you think someone could, like, understand what the word is, never having heard or seen it before or defined it, just by, like, the breakdown of what the word is. You know what I mean? Skeeble, okay, that's not... Okay, Skeeble Bop is not an example of what I'm talking about. I don't know, like, I feel like I make up words all the time, and now I can't think of a word. I'm actually struggling, chat. My brain is broken. Florpy. Okay, look, that's not the gimmick I'm trying to get at. It's like, okay, like, let's say, I don't know, like, I'm treophobic. Like, if I said something like that, and you've never heard that word before, you could be like, well, I don't know what that word is, but tree, I know what trees are, and phobic, you're afraid of trees? Like, done. You're afraid of trees. Like that. Yeah, exactly. Scared of trees. Like, you never heard that word before because I made it up. I don't know. There's probably a phobia for trees. But, like, it's probably not treophobia. But, like, that sort of thing, where just by seeing the word, you can understand what the word means. That sort of thing. Argy-bargy. Man, you sound real argy-bargy right now, Oob. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, man, is it me or is Oob a little argy-bargy right now? You sound a little argy-bargument right now. We're gonna have an argument? An argy-bargument right now over this? Florophobia? Yeah, like I don't know what that word is, because I've never seen it before, but I'm assuming it's the fear of flowers. And it doesn't have to just be phobia or philia, because those are the easy ones. But, like, for a perfect example, I don't actually know what the word anti-disestablishmentarianism is. I know how to spell it. Don't ask me why I have that off the top of my head. Sorry if you're still in stream. Mari, traumatizing Mari in their stream earlier. But, like, you could take the word and break it down. An establishment, you know what that is. So to disestablish something. Okay, so you want to disestablish an establishment. And you're against people who disestablish establishments. There you go, you now know what the word means. I don't know if that's actually the definition of the word. I've never looked up the word. But you see how you took a long-ass word that you might have never known before, and you're like, oh, well, that's just how word math works. And now you know what the word means. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Like, words that you don't need to necessarily look up the definition. What's my favorite color? Orange. Definitely orange. I would say after that, it's a close run-up between purple and blue. But definitely orange. Dissection. I mean, I feel like dissection is one of those core words that you have to know kind of... But I know, I guess, yeah, dissection also, to disassemble, to dissect, to take apart. But yeah, like that. Like, there's so many words out there that you don't need to know what the actual word is, as long as you know all the tiny words that word's made out of. Oh, word dissection. Yeah, it's word dissection. Yeah. The color of potato, exactly. The color of the spud. The color of the spud. Color of the spud is the best color. That's why I'm orange and blue, chat. Hey, potato. Oh, I can't even pronounce that word. Sequin pedalin liquidiousness. Now, Mari, look, Mari, if you're here, see, this is what I'm talking about. Even if you speak English, it doesn't matter. You can still fall prey to the same things. Sesquipedalline loquacianosis. You make me want potato. Let's go. Desire the potato. Crave the potato. Eat the potato. Just not this one. Just don't eat me. And then come back for more potato craving desires. Here on Potato Fox Plays, on twitch.tv/Potato Fox Plays. Subscribe to Potato Fox Plays. Consume potatoes. Your life is potato. I'm getting mixed up. Which way am I facing? Oh no, I'm missing my strips. My strips, chat, my strips. All right, wait, I'm back on strip. We're going this way. We're stripping. We're heckin' strippies. I'm locked in. A baked potato. Honestly, baked potato is simple. The simple, but most just... It's potato at its core. You can't do it wrong. You could take a potato, wrap it in aluminum foil, and drop it in a fire, and it's still gonna be delicious. You can only make it better by adding things like bacon bits, or butter, or garlic, or, you know, like whatever, aluminum. Just whatever. Add drugs. Don't literally add drugs. Don't add drugs. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, it is just a basic necessity of flavor. It's a vehicle for everything. With steak, oh my god. In fact, that was the thing. Wait, did I never tell chat the story? I think I started saying this and got distracted about, like, every time I eat a steak with a potato at a restaurant, I take the baked potato, and I, like, turn it upside down and mash it into all the steak juices and bits, and then basically have a potato steak. And it's delicious. Potato, I'll give you a hint. You engage in... Is it something to do with smoking pot? Is it something to do with being high AF? One would even say I'm known for it. I've gotten turned around a little bit here. Where's my strip? There's my strip. Did we finish the strip this direction? No? Okay, then I don't know. Loquaciadosis. That sounds like a word that I know, but I don't know what it is. You're so loquaciadosis. Alright, we're back on the strip. Alright, we're back on the strip, chat. We're back on track. I'm locked back in. We're locked back in. Boop, boop, beep. Get rid of you. Do like one there, and do a couple more here. Skibbity, scabbity boosh. Sometimes you do that, but the steak has to be cooked medium rare. No, yeah, you definitely need, like, the steak juices. Like, my bit is when I'm done with my plate, there isn't a crumb or drop of flavor left on it. Like, you scrape up the potato remains, and all of the juices from the steak, like, all the, like, burnt, like the seasoning, like, the salt and pepper that, like, charred onto the outskirts of the steak, like, all that gets sucked up, and then you eat all of it and enjoy all of it. I'm locking in! Okay, I'm locking in. I'm locked in, chat. I'm locking the fork in, okay? We're locked in. I'm making bush. I'm bushing it, chat. I'm heckin' bushy mode. Chat, I'm beep boop bop, locking in, activating bush mode. Bush mode activated! Alright, we're locking in, chat. We're at the 3-hour mark. Can I get all the bushes down in another hour? I don't want to go later than an hour, chat. It's burrito night. I'm locking in. I want burritos. I desire burritos. We're locking in for burritos. In fact, you know what? I don't even think I need to go this far out. I can remove these. I don't even want this one. We make this even shorter, because this is the tree line here, chat. I don't want this... I don't want it to go all the way up to the crater. Like, the tree line is here. I also don't want to stop doing lines. I'm locking in. Alright, locking in. Bush mode activate once more. Double down bush mode. Let's go. Locking in. We're in strippies, alright? We're doing the heckin' strippies. We're heckin' stripping right now, chat. There's no other use for that word. You don't have to worry about it being used out of context. We are stripping. We are 100% stripping right now. We are twitch.tv/PotatoFoxPlays stripping. We are www.PotatoFoxPlaysstrips.com. Don't type that into your URL. Have a good day. Bye, everyone. Have a good one, Chris. Enjoy Charge Phone. Enjoy Charge Phone. Appreciate you stopping by, mate. Appreciate the follow. Alright, let's go. Let's go. We got this. We got this. I'm locking in, chat. Can you see me? Can you see me? I'm so locked in. I am a little bit strip adjacent. We return to the strip. Return to the strippies. Can I break that, please? You know what? That's fine. And, you know, just do one here. Oh my jeez, I hit my head on the frickin' tree. That's fine. This is why we need to lock in, chat. I do not desire to be strip adjacent anymore. There we go. We could go back to this strip. We're staying locked in this strip right here, chat. This is our strip. We're not leaving it, okay? More moss. I still have a half an inventory moss. I might not need to make a second trip for mossies. We might have enough mossies on us to do the entire rest of this. Like this. One like that. No, that's inline. Like this. I don't want them to, like, all perfectly line up. That's the one thing I'm trying to avoid doing. Is making them all just, like, perfectly line up with one another. I also want them to be a little bit sporadic, but also a little bit dense enough. All right, look, like I said, I've said this before. I'm not going to say it again. I said it before where I just basically don't want to be able to see straight through the forest at any point in time. I want it to be dense enough where it feels like it goes on forever. And if you're standing in the middle, I don't want you to be able to see outside of it effectively. I want it to feel like you can get lost in here, which I've done several times successfully. So, task failed successfully? Maybe it's just because my strippies are on point. There we go. One there. No, one there. There we go. All right, this strip done. Nope, not done yet. Almost done. I don't want to put one there. I hear chickens, chat. Did we bury some chickens here? I didn't think we were that close to the chickens. I hear chickens. There has to be a chicken underground somewhere. Damn, that was autistic. I'm allowed to say that. I'm autistic. I mean, that's fair. What specifically did I do that was overwhelmingly autistic? I'm just curious. There we go. Did not finish this strip because I wasn't locked in previously. I'm locked in now. Wasn't locked in previously, so let's just finish this strip right here. The locking in bush mode thing, let's go. Autism creature power activate. Form of a bush. Shape of my attention span. There we go. We could work the strip back, and it should line up with where we were. And one there. There we go. I think we're making good time, chat. I think we're doing good. Is that, wait, are we almost done? There's no shot we're almost done. Are we almost done? Or maybe I just didn't get locked in before. Maybe we are almost done, chat, with the bushies parts. Which, like I said, this is the longest part of this. If we get this part done, because we're so freaking locked in right now, then I feel like everything else we could just zoom right through. Alright, we're almost there. I feel like we're approaching doneness. I feel like we're approaching full doneness. Your mom's in bush mode? Let's go! Oh, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da! I don't know why I'm celebrating that, but sounds like a good thing for my mother. She could grow a healthy bush, chat. She's got a green thumb. There's definitely no second meaning for that. I don't want to block this guy in too much, but if I need to destroy some of the terrain to get him out eventually, we could do that later. I'm fine with doing that later. We'll fix it once we're done. In fact, you know what? While he's here, I might kind of want to hide him some. So we might just kind of block him in like that a bit. Extra dense bushies around this boyo. I'm not gonna lose focus. Bush mode activate. We're at the ring. Wait, wait, did we do it? Is that all of it? Did I get it all? Oh no, this spot's a little bald. Let's debalden this spot a little bit. Let's debalden this spot a little bit. Give it a little bit more hair. A little bit more hair, chat. A little bit more fuzz. A little more thickness. Almost there, chat. Almost there. We're locking in. We're so locked in. I'm so unbelievably locked in right now. Maybe, chat, maybe it's because I did the push-ups before stream. Maybe it's because I did cities ups. Maybe it's because I exercised today for the first time in my entire life. What if it was that, chat? What if it's the exercise? Am I that locked in because of the exercises? We're still being bush monsters? A little bit. Just a little bit bush monstery. Just a little bit of a bush monster, but we're almost done. I think this is the last strip we need to do here. Yeah, because we're touching bushes, chat. We're touching bushies. Like that. No. Like this. There we go. Focused. Locked in. Determined. I'm in my lane. I'm planting bushes. Actually, this spot might be... I'm fine with that, actually. I want to leave the clearing open for the fairy ring. Look at this! Mushrooms! Mushrooms growing! Mushrooms growing everywhere, even though it's full brightness here! They're taking over! They're taking over! They're taking over. I'm filled with mushrooms right now. Despawn. Suffer. No pain. Okay, there we go. I think that's all... Well, let's just make sure. Finish our strips. Finish our strippies. Make sure that we've got, like, this spot's a little bald. Let's fill this spot in here. That's 2 in line. Maybe we do this way. I think that's fine. Another one, like, right here. That should work. And maybe, like, another one right here. Oops, I missed. There we go. And then just another one, like, in the front here. Maybe not there, actually. Maybe there. And this is way too open here. Couple more. This is final touches for the bushes. I think that's good enough. Maybe one more right here in this clearing. And I think that's full bush coverage. Don't let us turn it to a Last of Us situation, no! Yeah, because now we're doubling back on the area finish. Okay, back to the beginning. I'm gonna keep a couple stacks of bush on me, just in case we miss a spot. But I'm gonna go fill up with the leaves now. And we'll put everything else away. So let's put all these away, and we'll keep 2 stacks on us. I don't know why I grabbed those 2 stacks specifically, but my OCD is angry at me and I failed my will save roll. Let's grab all the leaves. Then all we need to do is grab an inventory full of carpet, and we're done. I think we could do this, chat. I think we could do this. I want to finish by... I don't want to... oh no, internet, please hold it together. Why is bitrate? Why is bitrate? Alright, bitrate is back. Are we good? Chat, you might need to refresh. I saw bitrate hit toilet for a moment. I don't think we went under 10,000, but it definitely hit red for a second. Consuming. Alright, there we go. Flying over here. Starting from the start. And this one, I want to make sure I don't get too out of whack here. So let's do this far section over here and start the strippies from that end. I'm fine to just put like a little bit of like singular bush here and there. Single bushage. We're just kind of scattering these around. Again, I don't really want to think about it too much. I just want to kind of put them down. And we're just walking a line effectively, chat. Up, and I trap myself in the line we're walking. Just kind of putting them down. Just kind of walking through, putting them down. Walking through, putting them down. Just getting stuck in my lines. My lines don't like me. There we go, and we double back. We can pick up the torches as we go. Like that. Pick up the torches as we go. I'm locked in, chat. I'm so freaking locked in right now. And go back this way. And go back around this way. Let's go. We're doing it. We're finishing it. We're so freaking locked in. It's getting done. This stream, chat. This forest, for the most part, like, all the foliage is getting done this stream. We still have to do the fairy ring. That's going to be a separate thing. And we still have to build the desire path through the forest, so to speak. But as far as, like, the actual foresting itself, getting done this stream. I do not want to be placing moss and, leaves in future stream. We loopy back. We loopy backy. There it is. A little bit of planned chaos. I just have to not lose the direction that I'm going at any point in time, and we're good. Hello, Crystal. Can I please escape your confines? Thank you. I like how I accidentally cock-block myself with the bush every so often. F? What happened? What did OSR do? OSR, what happened? Were you not filled with enough determination? Did you not make it through the bush? OSR was trapped in the bushlands. No. Let's do one there. And then double back around. We should only need to make, like, 4 more loops, I think. And then one last loop around with the carpets. Yeah, let me over. Just kind of throwing some stuff down. It's the art of random. It's the art of randomizing. It makes things look organic, chat. Because think about it. When you go out into nature, trees weren't planted in a perfect strip, right? You don't walk into a forest and just see everything perfectly aligned. Like, I don't know, maybe sometimes you do. Maybe nature has a weird way of doing that sometimes. Which is satisfying in its own right. But, like, for the most part, things are just scattered. Things just are doing their own thing, right? And that's kind of what we're embodying right now. It's very feng shui. It's very... Oh, no, there's a different termination for that. What's the other thing? It's another... It's like feng shui, like wu-wei. Is it wu-wei? Actually, is it wu-wei? It might be wu-wei, where you kind of just let yourself flow. Like, you don't necessarily intentionally do nothing, but you let Jesus take the wheel, so to speak, proverbially speaking. I think it's wu-wei. I'm locked in right now, otherwise I would look it up to make sure I'm not being misleading or anything like that, but... Yes, I hear you, Spider. I'm posting down a different set of leaves, though. Just kind of going and placing where it feels like there's not enough stuff. And then we'll come back with one last pass once we've gotten all the leafy bits down, and we will do the carpets. And I will always leave you, ooh, and I will always leave you. See, this is what I want to do, just in case I mess up like that, because then I could just do that. Like this. Wu-wei, a central concept in Taoism, is often described as non-action or effortless action, but its true meaning is more nuanced. It's about acting in accordance with the Tao, the natural order of the universe. Isn't the thing with the Tao is that no one knows what the Tao is? You just accept the Tao. The natural order of the universe. Rather than forcing outcomes, it's not about doing nothing, but about acting naturally without struggle. Yeah, it's like the path of least resistance, effectively. It's not that you're trying to specifically do nothing, it's that you're just not really thinking about it. You're just letting it happen, so to speak. You're just moving with the flow. It's kind of like how a river flows. The river doesn't try to go in a direction. The river just takes the path of least resistance. The Tao literally means the way. Yeah, but what is the Tao? You know what I mean? I think the bit about it is like no one really knows what the Tao is. You just understand that it is. You just understand the Tao. Rule 1 of Fight Club: don't talk about Fight Club. Yeah, literally. But honestly, there's a lot of things and a lot of I don't know. Like I think, where did these religions originate? Is it China or Thailand or some Asian country? Like a lot of the religions that are very like, I don't want to say like loosey-goosey, but very like just feng shui, you know, like very just let it go, like just do the thing. A lot of them are like, don't think about it too hard. That's the point, is don't stress about giving everything a definition, about everything having to have meaning. Sometimes it just happens. Let it just happen. And that's kind of, it's kind of relaxing in a lot of ways, chat. Like, I think I've had this conversation before, where it's like, would you hate it or love it if you found out that we were in a fated universe, where your actions mean nothing, free choice isn't a thing, you're destined to do a certain thing? A lot of people would be like, existential dread, oh my god, my choices don't matter. And then some people would be like, oh my god, phew, thank goodness. Because that also means like that everything bad that happened to you wasn't your fault. You couldn't have done anything about it. It was going to happen. You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. And I'm kind of in that boat myself. Like, if I found out that the universe was fated, I'd kind of be like, oh, thank God. That means I couldn't have done anything differently. There's nothing I could have done to change the course of history. This was what was going to happen. You know what I mean? There's some... Well, that might be scary in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, it's also kind of relaxing. Can you explain? Yeah, feel free. As long as you're not specifically, when I say the no religion rule, I don't mean like you can't mention Christianity. I just mean I don't want someone coming in here and being like, your religion is wrong and this is why I'm right, and then just start having a debate about religion. If you want to bring up why you think Easter happens or something like, you know, like, I think this is the original, like, pagan holiday mixed with Christianity made holiday. Like, I'm fine with those sort of conversations. I just don't want, like, friggin', I don't want to have, like, a holy war in our chat. That's effectively the reason why the rule is, no religion talk. Not because I'm not fascinated with the origins or history of a lot of these things, or even the concepts behind them. It just comes down to a lot of people are very serious about certain things and certain religions, and I don't want to make light of them. I never want to make fun of them. But if we're having a genuine discussion that could be had peacefully and, you know, we can learn things, then I'm always for that. I'm always for that. And I don't mind people sharing their beliefs. Like, if you came in here and said you're a Christian, cool. As long as you're not in here trying to tell other people why their religion is wrong, then I don't have a problem with it. You know what I mean? Like, that sort of thing. This area is definitely going to need some lighting up here once we get to that stage. I think we might be done with the leafy bits, because we've done this half. Oh no, we haven't done this exact half yet, but we're almost done. I think we're about to meet up with the halves that we've already halved. Your religion is cuteness with feathers. I mean, that's a pretty good religion. I always find myself wanting to remember the quote that comedian made, that Oob will definitely understand the reference that I'm making here, where it's like, I don't care what your religion is, I don't care if you believe if there's a giant butthole in the sky that will consume you at a moment's notice the second you're bad. If that asshole in the sky makes you a good person, then believe in it, please. But like that whole comedy bit, that's genuine, I believe. I really don't care what religion people are into, as long as it makes you a better person. If it makes you a worse person, stop it. Get some help. You know what I mean? There we go. And I think we're getting to the parts we've already done. So let's just finish this little area here. Beauteous. And I see leafy boys. So I think we can do the last double down. I'm once again going to keep a little bit of leaf on me, just in case. But now we just need a ton of moss carpets. And I think I want to sleep because we're probably about to get phantoms here any minute now. You believe that fate does exist, but we actually forge it, like we can alter it, but we can't completely change it. So you're going to be adopted no matter what. You could have potentially altered fate by not liking your dad's and thus being adopted by a different family. I feel like that, honestly, your belief there, I feel like that probably most closely aligns with what I believe happens. Why am I putting my bed away? I definitely kind of go down a little bit more of a scientific route. I know it's weird. About how I believe it works. I believe that all of time already exists. Like everything that's ever happened in the universe has already happened. We just haven't experienced it yet. And it's not necessarily that we're locked on a track of this is our fated universe. More so, we're on a train that's going in a single direction, from our perspective at least, where you can jump from one track to the next. You can, like, you can't jump 3 lanes down, but you can flip a switch every so often and kind of veer down a different path. Film strip universe? Oh, there's a whole thing for that. But specifically, the thing with my theorem of the way the universe works is kind of very feng shui or wu-wei in the universe wants to take the path of least resistance. Like, perfect example, if you shine a beam of light, there's no uncertainty of where the beam goes. It always goes predictively the exact path it needs to go where it needs to go. And it could go any number of theoretical ways, but it doesn't. To the point where you can mathematically calculate perfectly where that beam of light will go. Thus have things like lasers and stuff like that function. Obviously, that's a single, like, photon or what have you, compared to the multitude of atoms and molecules that your body or your environment are made of. But in the very same way that if you take 2 hydrogen and oxygen and you make water, that's kind of how I feel like you work. Like, yes, you have free will, quote unquote, but, like, it's, to a degree, you're hydrogen and oxygen molecules. Like, you're reacting with the universe in the same way that a smaller amount of molecules would do so. It's just you're a more complicated system, so to speak. Actually, potato, ... what? Like, I genuinely feel like that we're like a bunch of molecules in a petri dish. Like, that's kind of my way of feeling. So that in a way you have quote unquote free will, but realistically, in the end of the day, your molecules are going to react with the molecules around you, and the reaction that was going to happen is going to happen. And there's certain things you can do to kind of steer you in a direction, but ultimately the outcome is going to be whatever was going to happen. Not necessarily that you're locked in a fated universe, but that unless you drastically do something to move your molecules out of their environment, the reactions that are going to happen, like that sort of thing. You very rarely put hydrogen and oxygen in the same thing and don't get water. You could, but you could also mathematically calculate why you didn't. But yeah, no, I do kind of agree with you. That's what I said. That's kind of my vibe. It's like you're kind of on rails, but at the same time, the destination isn't locked in. It's kind of like being in a forest. You can't just will the forest away, but you are deciding which direction you take through the forest, and where you end up will matter depending upon the journey you made along the way. I need more carpet than this. So let's go back to the moss farm real quick and grab a metric butt ton of carpet. But yeah, that's kind of my vibe. That's why I vibe a lot with like the more loosey-goosey, like floaty, just let nature run its course sort of religions, or at least they're, because I don't believe I don't know, and knows the word for this. I don't think atheist is the correct word, but I don't really believe in like a specific religion. Like, I believe that there's a way the universe works, and I believe that people, create things around that to encapsulate the things they believe. And I can't say they're wrong. I can't say they're right. And that's kind of the neat thing about religion as a concept in general, is just no one really knows who's right or wrong. Agnostic, that might be it. I've heard that word before, so Oob might have. But it's kind of one of those things where, and this is the thing where Oob always tells me what I am when I say these words, so I'm going to say it again. I am of the belief that if God, quote unquote, if like an actual deity or a creature that exists, that literally manifested our universe exists, we are just like a fart cloud on its ass. Like, we are the dead skin cells floating around the quote unquote deity that made, you know what I mean? Like, it does not know we exist. We are just a byproduct of its own existence, and it might exist in a universe where it is the byproduct of its quote unquote deity's existence, like that sort of thing. Like, our entire galaxy, our entire observable universe is literally just the air it lives in. Like that sort of thing. That's if I were to believe in a quote unquote God, that would be the God I believe in. Not like the, and this is not to knock anyone's religion, but not like the, snap my fingers, create life, stick it on a planet, see how it goes sort of thing. Like, more of like, I farted, and the fart cloud that I created life on a microscopic level that it walked away from. It had no idea it did so. You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. Agnostic atheist, is that what I am? Okay, there you go. But yeah, that's my true religion, so to speak, is that I don't really have one. Carpet. I'm here for the carpet. Give me all of your carpet. I desire carpet, chat. I'm locked in. I'm focusing. Okay, I'm locked in. I'm focusing. I'm stealing all the carpet. Which I should have enough. I should have enough carpet. Hello? My rocket just said, what if I nah? Think of a fate. Like, choose your own adventure. Yeah, honestly. But, like, even in that's a really good, what's the word? Soliloquy? Not soliloquy. Simile. That's a good simile of a quote-unquote fated universe that you have some control in. Because in a choose your own adventure, there are a finite amount of outcomes. The book is written already. There's only so many ways the story can end. Simile is using like or as. So an analogy or a metaphor would be saying, this is this. If you say this is like this, it's a simile technically. I know I'm being kind of like grammar Nazi with that, but if you say like, my life is like a box of chocolates, that's a simile. If you say, imagine life being a box of chocolates, that's a metaphor, if that makes sense. Carpet. I'm carpeting things. We're carpeting. I'm locked in, chat. I'm locking in. I'm back in bush mode. I'm in carpet mode. If you actively believe that God exists, but it just farted out the universe and off forever, then you're a deist. I don't actively believe that. My belief is if there is a God, that's how it is. So am I an agnostic deist? Like, I don't know what the words mean. Like, I don't know what agnostic specifically means. I know atheist means don't believe in God, right? So am I an agnostic deist? Is that the word for me? I said a no-no word? Which one? No, don't touch me there. That is my no-no square. I really like how the moss goes up against stuff. So, like, whenever there's leaves or trees, that's going to be where I focus on putting it. Nazi? I said Nazi? When did I say Nazi? I genuinely don't remember saying Nazi, but that is a no-no word. Nazis are assholes. Agnostic means you don't know if God exists, but don't deny that it does. Okay. I don't know if I'm agnostic then. I genuinely don't believe that there's, like, a card-carrying God, so to speak, which is why I always thought I was, like, atheist. But I don't discredit the fact that it could exist. It's one of those things where it's like the lack of evidence isn't the evidence of... The absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence. Does that make sense? Grammar Nazi. Oh, I did. Okay, no, you're right. I'm sitting there like, when did I say Nazi? I'm like, oh yeah, grammar Nazi. Yeah, no, that's fair. But it's very much so that just because we don't know it's there doesn't mean it isn't. But I also believe that if it was, we would have effectively found it by now. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, I'm not going to sit there and say it's impossible for it to exist, but I'm also not going to necessarily hinge my bets on it existing, so to speak. A couple more of these. I need to do strips, chat. I need strips. I need to stay in my strippy mode. I need to be heckin' strippers. Heckin' strippers. We're heckin' strippers now, chat. We're just heckin' strip mode. Grammar police. That's probably better. I feel like it's going to be very hard to train me out of saying grammar Nazi, though, because it's like one of those things that it's like, for example, exactly like how you just pointed it out, Jordan. I said it without even realizing I said it. Like, it's just one of those words that's in my vocabulary that I've just said for my entire life without even thinking about it. Because it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, well, Nazis are bad, and people that are grammar Nazis are never good people. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, someone that's being grammatically correct is fine, but that person's like, pushes up their glasses, you use the wrong form of or, your is actually with the apostrophe, and every YouTube comment is gonna be that, and that's the only thing I do with my life is literally correct people on the internet. It's like, come on, bruh. You're even, not for me, for you. Do it for you. Get a life, bro. Touch grass. Get a girl. Something, mate. You could do better. You could do better. Even though it's a no, I mean, there's a lot of no words, I say. My point is, a word itself is not bad. And I'll die on this hill too. A word is not bad. It's the way you use the word. Like, perfect example. If I said, I like Nazis, I think that's a bad word. I think that's a bad thing, period, to say. But if I'm teaching you about why Nazis are bad, I'm using that word correctly. You know what I mean? It's kind of like... Well, all right. Actually, me and Uber are having this conversation. Like, literally, this is funny that me and Uber are literally having this conversation the other day. It's like how we were talking about, and I'm gonna say a bad word, right? I don't like saying this word, so I'm gonna say it for the sake of education, so to speak. But retarded, that is physically a word. Now, when you say that word, if you say it in a connotation of like trying to demean a person by implying that they are bad because they are a group of persons, that's just disgusting. You're a horrible person. But like, the word itself is a word, like a fire retardant. Like, it's a physical word that means something that could be used. So if you say something is retarded, it doesn't mean that they are a mentally defunct person. Like, you're not necessarily making, you know what I mean? Yeah, literally, Oob was typing the words as I was saying it. You know what I mean? But if you call someone retarded, you're a bad person. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not saying that you can't say that, but like, say whatever words you're going to say. But like, let's be honest. You're using the fact that a specific group of people exists as an insult. You're not the good guy there. But like, as a word itself, the word exists. It is a word. It is, the word on its own is not a bad word. It is just, and that's not a popular opinion. I understand this. The word on its own is not a bad word. It's just that it is being used improperly. The same thing with like gay. Like, you could say like, hi, I'm gay. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you said that, man, that's gay, like that, like, you're suddenly making it an insult, and you're like, but why? Like, why is that? Why are you specifically targeting a group of persons to specifically make them feel like they are less than good enough to insult another person? You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. Again, that is a bad term to describe people. You shouldn't. No one should describe people that way. That's the thing. Like, even if you're talking about someone that is mentally challenged, like, if you're like, hey, let's say, and I'm saying this as nicely as possible just to use this as an example. It's like, let's say I am mentally retarded, and you're using that not to insult me, just as like a medical diagnosis of that is my state of mental being. All right, that's it. There's nothing more to it. Well, I don't think, someone correct me if I'm wrong. Is autism mental retardation? I genuinely thought they're like two completely different things. Like, to be autistic is not to be retarded. Like, it's just a different way. You're neurodivergent, not retarded, right? And I'm sorry I'm saying the R word so much, but I'm using it respectfully in its correct intentional. Like, I'm using it in the way it should be used, not like that's insert slur. Like, you're this, you know what I mean? I don't, and please, someone correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't actually understand a lot about how neurodivergence, like, I don't understand the terminology and stuff like that. Like, I previously made a comment that I walked back on this channel that I feel that everyone is a little bit autistic, and then I realized that I didn't fully understand the words that I was saying when I formulated that. I thought I did, but I didn't. But that's what I'm saying. It's not used medically anymore. That's why I'm not using that as a medical terminology. I'm saying, in that instance, that's what it was used for. That, like, if you had mental retardation, that's what it was used for. No one uses that anymore. That's why I said I don't believe it's the correct terminology to call yourself retarded if you're autistic. I'm saying I don't think that is correct anymore. If you add mentally ill to it, it's still kind of a slur. I thought, like, I know that's not what they do anymore, but like I'm saying, I genuinely thought that's the way they like medically classified people. It's a slur for a lot of people. That's why I don't like using the word. I'm not saying it's a good word. I'm saying the way it's used matters. Context matters. So, for example, in the instance of referring it to people, you shouldn't. There's no real point in doing it that way. Because even if you're trying to sit there and say like, oh, it's the medical terminology, I'm using it like then, that's not, we found better words for that. It's not that anymore. You're not using it correctly if that's the way you're using it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying with that regard. However, like I said, retardation, not referring to mental illness in any way, shape, or form, is a separate mechanic, is a separate word, like fire retardants. Like I said, it's like, it means something completely separate. It doesn't have to be a slur if you use it correctly. And I think the thing we were specifically, me and Ube were talking about, is like there's certain words that there are no like correct uses of the word besides to say insert word here is a bad word. Not for decades. No, that's what I said. Not for decades. Yeah, mentally retard is fully a slur now. Okay. That's what I figured, because like I said, there's better ways to describe that sort of thing. Like, perfect example, if Jordan's saying like they're autistic, calling them, I don't believe calling you retarded is fair. Like, that's just, it doesn't describe what's wrong with you. It doesn't do you any justice. That's not how you would use that word. Period. I'm not saying that the word has to be bad, but using it in that context would be insensitive at the least, and a slur at the worst. Kind of like how hermaphrodite is a slur when applied to humans. Is it? Like, that's the thing, is I don't know this stuff. Like I know there's because like hermaphrodite is like having two sexes, like dual sexed. And I've actually, funny enough, since we're talking about dog stuff before, I have seen in my lifetime 2 hermaphroditic dogs. One was a pug and one was a golden retriever. And both times it wasn't like you might think. It was literally like they had a non-functioning penis inside of their vulva. And at first, both times, we thought it was a tumor until we realized that it was not. I have seen that twice in my life. And I didn't think that could be used as a slur, but I mean, like I said, I'm saying this in ignorance, not of confidence. You're just a little bit different. Well, I mean, everyone's a little bit different, but that's the beautiful thing about people, is no one person is exactly like anyone else. But there's a difference between accurately describing a mental state of a person versus clumping everyone into something that is just generally found as offensive. You know what I mean? I think that's the main thing. Mama says I'm special. I think that's the main takeaway that I'm trying to like deliver here, is that it's not so much so about words are bad. It's about the context and the way you use the words that are bad. Like, perfect example, saying the word retarded. In reference to a person, I don't think there's a correct way to use it anymore. Even if you're like, oh, but I'm using the old man, it's like, yeah, it's not really accurate anymore. But saying something is retarded, like a physical object, that doesn't necessarily mean you're making fun of the mentally ill or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, you're not making fun of autistic people by saying that. You could be saying, like, that thing is physically dulled, like, perfect example, like a fire extinguisher is a fire retardant. That does a certain thing. It dumbs down fire, like it removes fire from the situation. Like, there's still a physical way to use that. Like earthworms? Honestly, wait, I don't know if it's hermaphroditic, but aren't, like, lizards, like all lizards or frogs, hermaphrodites? Because they can, like, swap? Or is that, like, is there a different thing where you can, like, swap? Like, where the whole thing is, like, there's no females in the area, so, like, this species will go extinct. I need to lock in chat. So it's like they're swapped from male to be female to, like, fulfill a role. No? Oh my god, please be on cooldown. It's on cooldown. Thank goodness, my ears appreciate the cooldown. I don't see a lot of bushes here, so I'm going to kind of bush this area up a little bit. I think I missed this little tiny area here, which is why I brought extra. Just a little bit. There we go. Earthworms have both a dick and a vag. Okay, I'm glad you used the completely medical terminology of penis and vagina. You know, I always thought that was so funny when I was in school and I took, like, health classes, because, you know, like, that was a thing that everyone did. I'm sure people still do. I hope people still do. Where it was like, all right, chat. All right, class, it's time to say the words, so we're going to just say them all and get them out of the way so you get all your giggles and ha-has. We're going to say penis, vagina, vulva, clitoris. Like, we're going to say all these words. They're medical words. They are descriptions of anatomy. Everyone get your giggles out now, and, like, that sort of thing. I do believe I still need to get this area, like, down that way, because the way that stupid archipelago, whatever that's called, over there works. So I'm going to leave a torch here so I remember to go that direction. But I'm going to stay on this strip and stay locked in. But I actually don't know, like, the difference, like, biologically between, like, what is, quote-unquote, what is a definition, like, defined as a hermaphrodite versus, like, the reptiles that can, like, swap genders or whatever. Penis sounds... it does. Honestly, it does, Zoob. And I'm in that boat. I agree with you fully. It's one of those things where I laughed at the fact that, like, saying cock sounds less offensive to me than saying penis, just because of how you don't hear that word. Like, no one just says, ah, yes, please, I would like some penis. Do you have penis for me? Could you please let me see your penis? Like, no one speaks like that. Like, even in school, it was just like, the teacher said penis. And you knew it was funny because, you know, you had no brain cells at the time, and because teacher said funny word. Like, it was just, I don't know, it's just one of those things where it just sounds it sounds too prim and proper. Like, it sounds too medically correct, to the point where it doesn't feel like it should be the correct way to say it. Annelids cannot fertilize their own eggs. Is annelid the terminology for, like, the gender swap of, like, animals or whatever? I can't speak. Yo, Bert, welcome in, man. Oh, you joined at a great time. Some animals are able to fully switch sexes, which is the case for some frogs, but they don't have both at the same time. Yeah, but so, like, what would that be called then? Like, if they're not considered hermaphrodites because they're one or the other, what is that, like, that biological, like, name called? You know what I mean? Nah, stream didn't like that. No, it's just earthworms? What is just earthworms? Oh, annelids. Oh, gotcha. Earthworms are annelids. Gotcha. I've never heard that word before. See, I'm learning stuff, chat. We're learning. Honestly, I have been playing around with the idea, and I don't know if chat would be interested in this. There's a lot of random stuff that I'm into that's not video games. I know, crazy, right? That I've been considering, like, what if we did a stream, or, like, did kind of, like, think of, like, a field trip, chat, where we, like, learned a new thing that you might have never heard about, that you might use one day. Like, it might be physically useful to you in your life. One thing, and I'm just going to I'll share some of my quote-unquote guilty pleasures of, like, YouTube videos and stuff that I watch in my free time that aren't video game related. I really like watching people mow lawns. As my internet dies actively. The stream is actively dying. Hopefully my internet recovers. I hope the guilty pleasures isn't the last thing stream hears before I cut out, because I'm just going to imagine the things that chat's going to run wild with what I'm watching in my free time. Oh no, they found the porn folder. It looks like it's recovering. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to give everyone a minute here. If you guys are experiencing delay, when you hear this voice, please refresh. And I'm going to place grass and do nothing else for like 20 seconds here, so that everyone can refresh and get caught up to wherever the glitch might have ended. Like that. I don't want to actually touch the crystal. No touchy the crystal. There's like a dozen intersex conditions in humans alone, Potato. You'll have to be more specific. No, I mean like specifically like the thing with like the frogs or whatever. It's Turn of the Frogs, okay? The thing that makes the frogs like swap gender. Like become female from male or male from female to fulfill the role. Like what is that called? Is there like a specific name for that? And if it's per species, then fine. What is the one for the frogs? What's the one making the frogs gay? That should be good. Everyone should be returned from the refresh. So what I was talking about before I started talking about the frogs being gay, before I went full Alex Jones here, was my guilty pleasures, quote unquote, of like YouTube videos that I watch that aren't gaming related, on the just in general. And I started off with the first one being like, I really like watching people mow lawns. Like I like watching like the really, really tall lawns before and afters. SB Mowing is a channel that I watch a lot of. If you've not seen them before, honestly, fun content. It's just, honestly, you don't even have to watch it. You could just leave it open in the background and the sound of like lawn care happening is soothing. I don't know why. Like here, wait. I'm going to literally prove something to you guys right now. Let's do YouTube. And I'm going to go to SB Mowing. I spelt that wrong. I'm glad it knew what I wanted anyway.
All right, everyone. So again,
stop speaking. And I'm going to just jump onto the most recent video. Skip the ads. Stop loading. And I just want to get to the part where they're like mowing the lawn. This video. Here you go. I'm going to mute the music for a moment, chat. That's the wrong thing. There we go. Muted music. All right, listen. Okay, maybe not that part. Not the scraping. Not the scraping part. Where's the lawnmower-y parts? There you go. Like this. Like just having that a little lower so it's not blowing your ears out. I don't know why. That's kind of soothing to me. Like, I can do stuff with that just in the background, just vibing. Like, this is someone edging. Here, I'll just show you. I don't know why I'm, like, pretending like I can't show you. Like I said, channel's SB Mowing. They do a lot of time-lapse stuff. Like, and if you look at it, it's, like, super satisfying to watch this overgrown, bushy, like, you know, bushy, grassy, whatever thing turn into... I'm gonna 2 times exit. 2 times exit to get the reveal. But you could see it slowly happening as they go, where like the curb is just becoming just clean and pretty, and my OCD is definitely pleased. You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. Maybe it's just the OCD thing, but I don't know. Like I can like literally just have this guy's videos on in the background while I'm doing stuff, and just like listening to these sounds. They're just relaxing. Yeah, like I'm kind of getting sucked in. All right, locking in. Anyway, that's it. That's the end of the video. We go back to music. The music will be unmuted now. But like stuff like that. And that's not really something I can interestingly teach people. Because I don't know. Like I'm sure there's a lot of interesting stuff about lawn care, but watching videos of people cutting lawns doesn't necessarily make you a lawn care expert. You know what I mean? But there is videos that I watch that are like construction. Potato, that was in your feed the other day. How did it even know? I don't know, honestly. Honestly, I think that they're getting up, and there goes our internet again. I think the channel is just getting pretty popular on YouTube, like in general. Like I was watching them before they got popular, and then I started watching them like blow up. So it was like kind of really cool to watch the small creator you watch get more famous. But like at the same time, like yeah, they're killing it. They're doing good. They're doing good things. But yeah, no, like, I don't know why. I really like watching just that sort of content. As of late, I've been watching people, like, lay bricks and stuff, like building retaining walls, or, like, things like that. Like, things that are, like, lawn care related. Oh, this is another one. Doing an edging reaction. Yeah, edge reaction stream, chat. Here's another one. Leveling your lawn. Lawn leveling videos where you get to see the time lapse of like the grass growing back and becoming like basically like imagine someone turning their front lawn into a golf course, like that sort of thing, like that super smooth, like perfectly uniform lawn. Like there's something so satisfying about seeing it, and I will not survive outside to do that to my own lawn, so I have to live vicariously through other people. It's just one of those things. But the thing I was going to say, the thing that I could put on stream that isn't video game, is my dad used to be a general contractor, and he taught me a lot of stuff. And there's a lot of times that I honestly, even if to just kind of like relive those moments, watch some random, like, you know, I'm building this random thing, or I'm going to drywall this house, or like just random stuff like that, like home renovation videos. Because A, you don't have to do any of the hard work, and you get to see the labor of all of the, all the efforts at the end. But also, sometimes I watch people that they're like, I don't really know what I'm doing, and I'm going to try to do this myself. And I'm just staring at them and going, no, you idiot, don't do it that way. That's not the, oh my God, this is going to happen later on, and you're going to hate yourself. And they fast forward to like, wow, this happened, and I hate myself. Now I have to do it all over again. I'm like, no, you could have just watched a YouTube video. That would have told you how to do that thing. So it's like, there's a lot of things in life that like a lot of you might grow up and need to do, like sheetrock. Like honestly, sheetrock. No one else in the house is not lazy. Honestly, the people in the house that have the heat resistance are either not in shape or not willing to do what needs to be done. When I first moved down here, I took care of the lawn, I did all the stuff, and I honestly enjoyed it. But as the years go on and I became less and less heat resistant, I can't go outside for like, chat, I'm not even joking. I can't be outside for like more than 10 minutes without suffering. Like actually, like if it's like 95 to 100 degrees outside, at 10 minutes, I might have heat stroke. Like if I'm not getting back inside or doing something to regulate my temperature. Like it's terrifying. I didn't realize this, but apparently the more times you have heat stroke in your life, it's kind of like pneumonia, that the more susceptible you are to heat stroke. And I've had it like 4 times in my life now. All since I've been in Louisiana. All since I've moved to the South. It's all the South's fault, chat. And everyone down here is like, you'll get used to it eventually. So I figured I just had to like grin and bear it and endure it, and eventually I'll like build up my heat tolerance. Nope. Absolutely not. Does not work that way. I can go outside. It could be negative 10 degrees with a wind chill, and I'll shovel snow in my damn underwear. I don't care. Hot? I'm dead. I'd rather be the one that do the lawn than the trees. I mean, I don't think insert roommate near here can do either at this point, honestly. I'm probably, sadly enough, going to have to, like, hire a company to do our lawn, because I literally cannot survive outside. Like, even going outside, like, it's like 90 degrees. You don't understand how hot it is down here. Like, even at midnight, you can go outside, and it's, like, humid as shit, and, like, still 90-something degrees. Like, at least, like, don't get me wrong, it's way better without, like, the sun bearing down on you, but holy crap, is it hot! I cannot handle even slightly the heat. Like, the heat roasts my tits so bad. In fact, I think I was saying this in the beginning of stream. I might have to show Oops sometime. My left arm is so incredibly more, like, tanned than my right arm from just being in the car window, from driving to and from work. From just driving to and from work. For, like, a 10-minute drive, twice a day, my left arm has a tan, and my right arm does not. It's terrifying to think that can happen in that short of time. I'm unlocking chat. I need to stay locked. All right, I think we're back in our strip. I think we're back in the strip. We got knocked out of strip there, but I think we're back in it. Need to stop doubling up on those. Definitely want to put a couple more of you in here. But yeah, heat is crazy. I think we're almost done, chat. I think we got like maybe a couple more strips to do of carpet. As long as I focus, we could be done. And then it's burrito time. It's burrito time. Come on, grab your friends. We'll go to very tasty lands. With Potato the Fox and Oob the Goblin, the burritos will eventually end, because it's burrito time. Ah, there we go, another Adventure Time rip-off. Burrito time. Alright, chat, we're almost there. I'm locked in. I'm so locked in. I'm so locked in. I can't unlock chat. If there's chat happening in chat, I can't see it. I'm so incredibly locked in right now. Whoa, I am a machine that receives moss carpet and places moss carpet. There we go. Going back to here, so it's really just going to be a focus on the way it looks from the inside for a bit here. Yeah, like this. Like this, and then we go back to our strippies. Goblin. Oob is our goblin. Finally some relief, it's cooler. If you knew Oob in real life, you would know. You would understand. Oob is the goblin that lives in our garage. Our garage goblin. We're at the shore. Make a U-turn. Kind of just put a bunch here. I've been magnemited. It could have been a ton more, but psh. I'm so incredibly locked in right now, chat. Yeah. Is that it? Are we close to it? Ooh, where's it getting hard? There we go. I think we just have this little strip right here. No, we've done this part. I might have gone a bit strip adjacent. And then I think we'll be done with the forest. The forest will be complete. I don't want to go too far out. That should be fine. I also don't want to make it look too uniform. Like, I want it to look kind of all over the placey. This should be the next strip. Yes, it is. I'm running out of carpet. I wonder, can we do this without having run out of carpet? I feel like I'm using more carpet than I did bushes or moss. But we're also hitting the short strips. Because we're hitting the fairy ring, so to speak. And this part's already done. I think we might have made it. I think we might have done it, chat. Is that it? Are we done? Are we did it? Is stream still alive? I see red. I see red on my bar right now. You got north, bottom, out, right, waterlogged. I got north, bottom, outer right, waterlogged, wax, weathered, coppered, cut stairs. Why? Why? I think we did it, chat. Look at that. I love that tree line. I love that tree line so much already. Ignore the green there. That's just temporary. That's just to hide our boy there. That's just to hide our boy. I really like it. The next part to finish this forest is the fairy ring. Which, honestly, if these mushrooms are going to grow, I might have to make a proverbial fairy ring. Like, stuff like this. Like, not actually use real mushrooms. Because I don't know how to stop these guys from growing without getting rid of the mycelium. Unless we surround it with, like, moss on the floor, we might be able to do something like that. I'm gonna have to mess with some stuff in a creative world, because I want it to look like a ring. And already there's mushrooms that are growing outside of the ring, so to speak. I don't know how I could stop it. But we'll have to deal with that another time. But yeah, like, the key point is when I'm standing here, I want the forest to look good, and I don't want to be able to see outside of the forest. Which... that's the only spot, but it's also the water, so there's nothing there. I think I accomplished that, chat. And then when we're standing outside of the forest, I don't want to be able to see inside, so to speak. Why is there still a torch over here? Did I forget a torch? I forgot a torch. Maybe I want to do something over here, but that's it. I did it. I put torch away. I don't see any more torches. There will be one final step, but I might honestly do this on like a Tater Day stream where I'm just vibing on Discord. I want to glow lichen this place up a bit. To give it some like light, some lighting effects and all that jazz. I think this is just where we originally stopped before we caught up. Or did we not carpet this place? When I go back through and glow like in it, I will also like hit any spots I missed with carpet, etc, etc. Yeah, I think this is where we like stopped. So I just need to like slap some carpets down here real quick. And I think we'd be Gucci. Actually, this whole area is open. We need to do this area real quick. Then we'll be done. Hello, friend. But this is the last area. I think this is where we said we were going to stop, go to the other side, and work our way back in. You can use nether fungus. Ooh, actually, yeah, we could. I don't think those would grow or spread. I don't think those spread. Those have to be bone mealed. So actually, I really like that. I can use the red, like the crimson fungus, with the big boy funguses that we made there. I actually like that idea. I'm stealing it. It's now my idea. Brev, I'm so glad I came up with that idea. I'm joking. Actually, thank you. Thank you, mate. I didn't even think about the nether fungi. They're not that fun of a guy, you know? They're in the nether. They're neither there or here. I don't want you there. I want you there. And a couple more over here. See, this is why I use torches, chat. It's hard to miss them. And then we'll be done. Then it's burrito time. Then it's burrito o'clock. Which means it'll be time to find someone to heckin' riddy raid. Oh my god, can I please lock in? Can I please lock in? Like this. And definitely one here. And I think that'll be good. We need some bushies. Some sporadic bushies. Some heckin' bushies. Going full bush mode again. The future. Ain't fucking with that past shit, baby. I'm worried about the future. There we go. And just some carpet. And then we Gucci. Sporadic? Sporadic. And I'm pretty sure they grow on mycelium because No, yeah, you could put them down on mycelium. I know for a fact you could put them down on mycelium. Actually, wait. Could you put them on mycelium? Here's the thing. I know you could put them down on nylium. And it might not look bad to have a ring of, like, the warped nylium to make it look like fungal, so to speak. I don't know. I'm going to mess with that. We'll mess with that in the future. Right now, I'm locking the hell in, and I'm getting these carpets down because I yearn for burrito, chat. I yearn. As a child, I yearn for the Rito. I don't want that one there. It's just the way I do it. I want the gold. I ain't no sucker, baby. When you least expect it, I'll be coming for you. I'm worried about the future. And I'm heckin' locked in the past. There we go. Alright, let's go. Almost done. Almost done. Almost done. Is that it? Actually, are we done? I see torch over here. I have torch. I don't see any bushies. We might throw a couple bushies down right here. Some heckin' bushies. Heckin' bush mode once more. And then I think we might be good. There's definitely no carpets here, though. Carpets. Break you. Thank you. There we go. I think that's it, chat. The goal is, if you walk through here, it should feel like you can get lost. Like, if you turn left and you're like, oh man, is that the exit? Is that the exit? And you can just kind of mindlessly wander around. Even though it's a small area, you can mindlessly wander around, like places like this, where I don't see enough of bushies. I don't see enough bushies happening. Heckin' bush mode activate. There we go. And then eventually you're like, oh, what's this? And you discover this open clearing with the really cool sky. And you just kind of just explore. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for. And I think we nailed that. So for that, we're not done yet. We do have to plant our spuds for today. And technically our spuds from the Deltarune stream. So let's sleep in the middle of the fairy ring. I'm sure nothing bad will happen if we do that. Let's go plant our spuds and then do a heckin' raid. And we're getting burritos shut. And then it's burrito time. We will need to stop at home and grab some burritos. Yeah, we're going to stop at home and get some burritos. Some potatoes. And I think the last two things I want to do to really finish that forest is the fairy ring in the middle, rather, and that archipelago. Is that the correct terminology? That little, like, not lake that's connected to the river. I want to, like, make that into, like, what looked like a fishing spot, so to speak. Let's just grab 2 spud stacks. That should be more than enough. We only have 22 spuds to plant today, so we'll probably just do a full stack. Hello, can I escape? Alright, let's go. I think we could finish off that area we started last time. That'd be bonus ducks. Bonus ducks. Or did we already finish it? No, I still see the torch right over there. We could finish this little area right there. Noom. Yeah, we should be able to finish this. Alright. I will quickly read off all the names of everyone that has planted a spud. These are from the Deltarune stream. Kira. Akira. Every time I say A and then Kira, I can't not think of the Akira. Stop it! I can't not think of that. That lives rent-free in my head. Kira, Oob, Herobrine, Digidaw, a one-shot robot, Brevert, the true sacrifice, Music Bear, Milkman of the This, Maybe B, Thorny Dragon, Lab Goat, School, no, these are today, Lab Goat, Squishy Bee, One-Shot Robot, Kira again, Sacrifice again, Brev again, Oob again, Herobrines, Jordan, Chicken Crusade, and B again. Alright, with that said, I'm going to check all of these off. There we are. And I'm going to put 22 spuds in my hand here, so I can remember them. 16, 17, 19, 20, 1, 2. There we go. And we will go ahead and plant these, and if anyone else wants to redeem their daily spud, feel free to do so now. Oh, this was something I wanted to say in the beginning of stream that I forgot to do. I have something in mind. Chat. How would you like one of 2 things? A, I completely rip off Alpha Mike, and we do something where once you hit a certain amount of spuds planted in the channel, we have a special area for you, effectively, where you can upgrade your shrine, so to speak. Or B, what if you could spend the spuds you've planted as a currency and get cool stuff for yourself? You would still know the total you've planted, like that wouldn't go away, but like the amount that you have on hand, so to speak, would diminish, so to speak. I don't know how to describe beyond that. But I have 2 ideas with it, and both depend on which direction chat might decide to go. We don't need the torch anymore. Archipelago is like an, oh yeah, it's like a bunch of islands, right? So no, that's definitely not the right word. What's the word for, like, the little, like, inlet? So, like, imagine you have an island, right? And there's the ocean, like, the obvious ocean, and then there's, like, a lake that's effectively attached to the ocean, that's, like, surrounded by the landmass, except for one little outlet. Kind of like a reverse peninsula. What is that called? Oh, there's our 22, so let's just finish the stack. Why not? Let's see if we could just finish this area, even. I have some grass here. You cannot remember, but you know the thing I'm talking about. Yeah, that's the thing I keep switching with Archipelago in my brain. And now that you've told me what Archipelago is, I now realize that I was wrong. I was wrong. There we go. Planted the spuds. Planted the spuds. We could probably just finish this little section off, and since that area is, like, not finished anyway, we'll just, like, make a hard cutoff line, like, honestly, like, here. Well, I say as I destroy it. So we'll just do 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, and just because why not, I will sit up straight. Oh, there we go. Oh, come. And eat your water. Thank you for the full streamer care package, B and Brev. My bees looking out for me's. Chat, eat your water, it's good for you. Delicious. Alright, with that said, chat, maybe just this last strip here. There we go. That cleans that up nicely. Hooyah, can I get back up? Hooyah, can I parkour myself back up here? Let's go. Maybe one more right there, too. And you know what? Why not just make that square? There we go. Alright, you know, if we're gonna do squares, we may as well just do these last few ones right here, too. Right? Like this one here. Like this. Oh, yeah. Let me back uppies. I want uppies. Give me the uppies. I desire the uppies. Oh, yeah. I want up. Let me up. Oh my jeez, I can make this jump. I can make this jump. There we go. And then this one right here. And that'll be all the spuds we plant for today. Okay, no. This last strip. Hear me out. This last strip right here. And that's where we end. Okay, that's it. Now, there we go. That's it. That looks clean. I'm leaving. Let's fly up here and land on this tree and look over on our potato fields. There we go. Look at it, chat. It's gorgeous. It's so beautiful. All right. With that said, chat, I think that's where we wrap up Stram today. Let's go ahead and pop out of this world while it's still daytime and switch back to our screen here. And let's find someone to heckin' raid, chat. Who we raiding tonight, chat? Who we raiding tonight? Let's see. Who all is even live right now? No. I want to hear myself. There we go. Let's see. Who do we have doing some Minecraft, chat? I will take recommendations. Ooh, Fret's live. They're not doing Minecraft tonight. Otherwise, we could have done a Fret raid. I feel like we've raided Fret recently.
No, come on, my controller is stuck.
So I say we pass. If chat has a new option. Let's see. I'm looking for Minecraft Moon's Reign. Did we raid Moon's Reign? I think this was on a previous roulette that we did not do. And unfortunately, we have to deal with ad for a moment. So let's look at other people while we deal with ads. Softy Des, I know we've raided them in the past, but it's been a minute. Princess Tabs and Oscar. I don't think we've raided them for a hot minute either. Cookie, we've raided a handful of times. They've won the roulette back-to-back. Honestly, if Moon's Reign was a previous roulette that did not get to get raided, we could do a Moon's Reign. You guys want to do, it looks like they're doing some Bed Wars? You guys want to watch some Bed Wars action? I'm so bad at that. I'm so bad at PvP. Yee? I'm listening to suggestions, chat. Otherwise, we're Moon's Reigning. Otherwise, we're Moon's Reigning.
Don't play that song. I swear to God.
Oh, I'm gonna let you guys all know this now, so you don't.
Let me know now.
Well, then you just learned.
I like. Was that Doggo? Is that Cat Cam? I can't tell if that's Doggo or Cat Cam. I think it's Cat Cam.
Because of the swordsman and the.
Okay. Let's see, chat. I'm doing /raid Moon's Reign. There we go, chat. So with that said, it's burrito time. If you are just joining stream now, we are wrapping up, but please don't go anywhere. Stick around for the raid. Earn yourself some free potato chips in the process. Speaking of potato chips, if you've earned any hanging out with us tonight, might I recommend unlocking the Pogtato? We could spam some Pogtatos, spam some emotes, spam some support for our fellow Twitch streamers. With that said, if you like what you see, want to make sure you don't miss out on the next stream, consider dropping a follow here on Twitch. You can also do !socials. You can also do ! socials in chat, gain access to our community Discord, and follow us on Twitter. We always announce when we go live there next. We stream every day that starts with a T at 3:30 CST. With that said, Thursday will be our next stream, and it will be the You Laugh, You Lose. There's still time to submit your funny videos on Discord. Get them approved by mods, and if you make me laugh, you win prizes. Let's go! Discord roll and book entries, I think, are the current prizes. But I think in future You Laugh, You Loses, we might have to up the stakes some. Okay, chat? Especially if I'm not laughing, all right? If I'm not laughing and you're not winning, then I'm losing. Or winning. If I'm winning, I'm losing. If I'm winning, you're losing. If you're losing, I'm winning. And you're also making me lose. Because that's not as interesting. So let's go, chat. All right. Laugh, you lose. And then next Thursday, we'll be doing some more Deltarune. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Part 1, I presume it's going to be. But with that said, guys, thank you tonight for all the supports. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the follows, for the raids. Thank you for just vibing, for chatting, for hanging out. You guys are all amazing. You're all fantastic. But most importantly, you're all valid. Don't let anyone tell you anything different. So until next stream, later taters, bye-bye.
Tuning out of starlight, the innocent lifetime flickers and flashes under a canvas. No, nobody seems worth it, while the feeling's sophisticated. The view is so restrained. The past is nearing closer and closer. I feel this emptiness. It's just a blank slate, waiting for a painter to interfere. It's quite complex, but what I know